included, have or had some of these traits. This is normal and is the result of growing up in a dysfunctional home or society, which we all do. If you are introspective, odds are you will see some of these traits within yourself. These traits don't make you bad, wrong, or somehow to blame. Being manipulated or abused is never your fault. Most of the time, we've developed these traits as a way to cope, and I hope that by the end of this book, you'll be able to see human behavior, others, as well as your own, with a level of clarity you need in order to move forward and heal. Chapter 1. We all think we can spot a problem for what it is. We all think we'd be able to spot a problematic situation for what it is and be able to get out of harm's way. And most of the time, we would be wrong. I recently came across a video that was tragic because of the magnitude of the situation and upsetting because of the comments that were made. The video was of two tourists filming their afternoon on a beach in Thailand. While they were recording, the ocean began to recede. Moments later, numerous boats that had been docked in several feet of water were now left teetering on wet sand. With this realization, the tourists' laughter and good times were quickly replaced by confusion and chaos. The camera panned around to capture the strange new shoreline. Dozens of confused tourists just like them stared into the sandy distance, trying to make sense of what was happening. One tourist asked another if perhaps the receding water could have something to do with the earthquake that happened earlier that day. The other tourist didn't think it was related. Their conversation was cut short by a loud commotion off in the distance. The camera then panned to dozens of panicked locals running as fast as they could away from the beach. Confused by what the locals knew that they didn't, the tourists turned the camera back towards the ocean. This time, there was more to see than hundreds of feet of wet sand. There was a strange-looking wave off in the distance. Still uncertain about what was going on, but knowing that if the locals were running, they probably should too, the tourists joined in the mad dash away from the shore. Within minutes, a tsunami decimated the shores of 12 countries along the Indian Ocean, killing over 230,000 people. What started out as a vacation video ended up being some of the only footage of this tragic event. When the video ended, I scrolled down to read the comments and was both surprised and horrified by all of the victim blaming and shaming. I found it insensitive, disturbing, and bizarre that anyone would think that those who died in the tsunami were somehow at fault. As I continued to read through these unsettling comments, I noticed that there were three main themes. Number 1. The victims should have known this was a tsunami. Number 2, the victims should have been running away and were dumb for just standing around. And number 3, that nothing like this would ever happen to the commenters because they would have known better and gotten out of harm's way. I was stunned by the parallels between the victims of a tsunami and the targets of manipulation, as well as those who blame both for having their lives destroyed. In both a literal tsunami and an emotional tsunami, that is the result of extreme manipulation, there is no shortage of people who play the part of Monday morning quarterback. It's easy to know what to do when you have the emotional distance of not being involved and the benefit of knowing how everything will play out. It's significantly more difficult to navigate a stressful situation when you are in it. Let's back up a moment and examine what happened here. So, why didn't the couple on the beach run? Why did they just stand there as the water left the shore? Why didn't the tourists realize that the growing wave off in the distance was a tsunami? Simply put, the couple didn't run because they didn't think they were in danger. Like most of us, I'm sure that they had heard of a tsunami, but also, like most of us, they weren't familiar with the early warning signs of one. After all, I'd imagine that when most people think of a tsunami, they visualize a towering wall of water, not the shoreline receding. So because they weren't familiar with the early warning signs, and because the tsunami that they were experiencing didn't match the image in their mind, they didn't see it for what it was until it was too late. If identifying something as large as a tsunami is difficult, then think about how challenging it can be to identify something more subtle, such as manipulation. And much like with the tsunami, our biggest chance at escaping the devastating consequences is to learn about the early warning signs, so we know what manipulation really looks like. Chapter 2. Why we tend to think bad things won't happen to us. While I was in the process of writing this book, I had a conversation with a woman who worked at a domestic violence shelter. She was venting her frustrations about how victims of natural disasters aren't blamed for having their lives destroyed, but victims of manipulation and other forms of abuse are. I told her that I used to think this was the case as well, until I saw that video about the tsunami. Many people might think that there is a difference between being caught in a tsunami and staying in a relationship with a manipulative person. That the person who stays in a manipulative relationship is choosing to be there. And if they don't like how they are being treated, well, then they should leave. While that might be logical, it's overly simplistic. No one consciously chooses to be manipulated, just like no one consciously chooses to be in a tsunami. In both cases, people get trapped in these situations because they don't understand what's happening early on. And by the time they do, the stress, fear, and overwhelming feelings of how to escape can be debilitating. Because manipulation is confusing for everyone except the manipulator, those on the receiving end of it, as well as those around them, tend to misunderstand what's happening. For these reasons, manipulation is often denied or minimized, and is not seen as the damaging force that it is. It's been my experience that many, if not most, people view an abusive relationship as one where there is physical violence taking place, and if the target of this abuse leaves or if the physical abuse stops and instead switches to verbal and emotional, then the relationship is no longer considered abusive. Make no mistake, a manipulative relationship is an abusive relationship, and an abusive relationship is a manipulative one as well. Abuse and manipulation go hand in hand. This is why it's so difficult for a person to get and stay out of a relationship like this. If the target is fortunate enough to get out of a relationship like this, they often don't feel that way. Instead, they may feel profoundly broken and overwhelmed with how to move forward. And blaming them for what happened isn't helpful. It's re-victimizing. On the opposite end of the spectrum is continually reminding them of how lucky they are that things weren't worse. This isn't helpful either. If anything, it can come across as invalidating, as the target may feel bad for not being able to focus on the positive. It's like telling a victim of a burglary that they are lucky they weren't killed. While this is true, it doesn't mean that what they experienced wasn't traumatic, and glossing over it and focusing on the bright side when they are in pain is insensitive. Additionally, even though the relationship is over, it doesn't mean that the manipulation or abuse has stopped. It often hasn't. Sometimes the abuse just takes on a different form. If the former target has children with this person, then they will most likely be on the receiving end of all kinds of abusive phone calls and text messages, not to mention frivolous lawsuits, wildly untrue allegations, and stalking. So trying to get over a trauma like this when the trauma is still occurring is impossible. That would never happen to me. When we see people in any sort of problematic situation, whether it be a tsunami or an abusive relationship, it can be easy to think that we would handle the situation differently. Thinking that these kinds of traumas only happen to other people is, ironically, part of the reason we get tangled up in these situations to begin with. There are 4 thoughts we all tend to have when it comes to traumatic people or events. Number 1, we don't think really bad things could or would happen to us. Number 2, we think we'd be able to identify any danger for what it is and be able to move out of harm's way. Number 3, we think that if we did get caught up in some sort of problematic situation, we'd handle it appropriately. Number 4, we think that if we've experienced a problematic situation once, that it would never happen again. For the sake of clarity, let's go through each of these points in more detail. Number 1, we don't think really bad things could or would happen to us. On some level, we know that bad things could happen to us. It's why we take precautions, such as wearing our seatbelt, locking our doors, and buying insurance. However, I think most of us do these things more for peace of mind than we do because we fully comprehend what all is possible. Until we experience any type of crisis, we don't tend to think it will happen to us. This is known as irrational invincibility. We live in a mild state of denial about what could happen to us, in part because we need to feel safe in order to function. If we fully realize that all sorts of bad things could happen to us, then we might experience such chronic anxiety that we wouldn't be able to get out of bed or leave the house. And so, we tell ourselves that we have nothing to worry about because we are somehow smarter, more observant, or better equipped than those people. It's especially easy to fall into this thinking if we've never been in a traumatic situation. Even if we have had something traumatic happen, oftentimes we tend to see it as a fluke or something that could never or would never happen again. Or if it did happen again, that we'd see it coming. However, because every problematic person and situation comes across in a different way, this is rarely the case. Number 2, we think we'd be able to identify any problem for what it is and be able to move out of harm's way. We all struggle with identifying certain problematic situations for what they are. It can be even more difficult for us to identify what's going on in time for us to get out of harm's way. Just like with the tsunami, we all think we know what an abusive person or manipulation looks like. And again, most of the time we would be wrong. Problematic situations rarely come across as problematic, at least at first. And they definitely don't come across like we imagine they will. And to add to the challenge, these problems usually won't happen in the same way next time. This is especially the case with manipulation and abuse. Manipulative or abusive people don't always look like they could be manipulative or abusive, and they don't always mistreat everyone that they are around. Sometimes they can be friendly, funny, caring, and attractive. They can be male or female, young or old, any nationality, religion, or sexual orientation, and work in any profession. The only way to have a chance at keeping ourselves safe in any kind of situation, especially from manipulative people, is to take protective action when we spot some red flags. The challenge with this is that red flags aren't seen, they are felt. And the early warning signs we do get are only signs. They aren't concrete proof of a problem. If we have concrete proof that we are in danger, it's generally too late. When we don't have concrete proof that there is a problem, taking any sort of action can feel like we are overreacting. This is especially the case if we take action and then it turns out that whatever we were concerned about doesn't happen and everything turns out okay. When this is the case, we can feel embarrassed and mistakenly learn the lesson that we were wrong to act. Erring on the side of caution is all any of us can do. And in terms of safety, it's always the right thing to do. For example, we see a story on the news of a woman who was attacked in a parking lot. She tells the reporter that she heard someone walking quickly behind her, but she didn't run or grab her mace because she just assumed he was in a hurry. Because we know how her situation turned out, it's easy for us to play the role of Monday morning quarterback and criticize her decision not to act because we know the outcome. When a situation like this is unfolding, taking action such as grabbing the mace on our keychain or taking a sharp turn in another direction, calling the police, or even simply walking faster can feel like we are overreacting because we don't know for sure if we are in danger. And taking preventative action like this can cause us to feel hypervigilant, rude, or foolish if the person behind us isn't a criminal, but someone who is simply walking fast. Hearing someone walk fast behind us is one of the more concrete early warning signs that we may have, as most are significantly more subtle, especially when it comes to manipulation. And here's the thing, all early warning signs, no matter how obvious, can be easily rationalized and glossed over. So just because we can offer up an explanation, it doesn't mean we were right, and it doesn't mean that what we are experiencing isn't a problem. The only way we can tell if we took the right action is if we are able to avoid harm. The challenge with this is that we will never know if our action saved us from harm or if it was a false alarm from the beginning. The reality is the only way for us to truly find out if we were, in fact, in harm's way is to actually get hurt. Obviously, this is not a good plan, and yet this is what so many of us have done, myself included. Waiting until we are absolutely certain that there is a problem before we take action is waiting too long. In order for us to avoid potential harm, we have to become okay with taking protective action, even if it turns out to be a false alarm. To do this, we need to do 4 things. 1. Realize that taking protective action when something feels off isn't being overreactive. When we get that funny feeling that something is off, it's important we listen. More often than not, that feeling is right. Moving yourself out of potential harm's way is not being overreactive. Number 2. Realize that taking action, even if the danger turns out to be a false alarm, doesn't mean that taking protective action was a mistake or an overreaction. If we are able to take action early enough, we will have avoided harm. In terms of personal safety, we will rarely know if what we experienced was a false alarm or if we did, in fact, avoid danger. In terms of relationships, I know that many survivors of abuse struggle with their perception of events. They fear that they are misreading a person or a situation due to feeling hypervigilant and distrusting. They often want concrete proof that this person is indeed problematic before they leave, as they fear they might be walking away from a great person. A situation, especially a relationship, isn't worth being in if it's costing you your safety or sanity. Hopefully, by the end of this book, you'll have more clarity about why certain things feel off, so that you won't need others to validate your decisions, and instead can find that validation from within. 3. Get comfortable with taking protective action, even if things turn out to be a false alarm. There will always be people in your life who don't agree with the choices you make. Don't wait for everyone to agree that you are doing the right thing before you protect yourself. The more you practice making decisions and not needing the approval of others, the more empowered you will be. 4. Get comfortable with other people not agreeing with your decisions. I commonly hear from people who are planning to leave an abusive relationship that they are getting pressure from others and that it's rude for them to not tell their abusive spouse that they are leaving ahead of time, or that it's rude for them to go no contact with hurtful people. You need to do what you need to do. So what if other people think you are being overly cautious or rude when it comes to how you protect yourself? They aren't the ones who have to live with the consequences. You do. And ironically, if something bad does happen, they'll be some of the first people that will ask you why you didn't get out of harm's way sooner. Additionally, even if we are able to identify the early signs for what they are, when we are under extreme or sudden stress, our physiological defenses of fight, flight, or freeze are triggered. Our freeze defense is usually deployed first, causing us to feel like we are knocked off balance, leaving us frozen in stunned silence. These different defenses happen below our conscious awareness, and we don't choose which ones we use. Our brain chooses for us. Number 3. We think that if we did get caught up in some sort of problematic situation, we'd handle it appropriately. We've all heard stories on the news of people running back into a burning house to try to save their photo albums, or who have a violent ex that they decided to meet in an isolated place, only to be seriously hurt or killed. We might wonder, what on earth were they thinking? When we hear of people acting in ways that seem nonsensical, it can be easy to think that we would never act that way, that we would handle things differently. In addition to having the knowledge of how their situation played out, we also have the benefit of being able to think clearly because we aren't involved in their situation. When we experience something out of the ordinary, regardless of whether or not it's stressful, it knocks us off balance. And when this happens, we aren't thinking clearly and default into doing what we routinely do. For example, in his book, The Gift of Fear, author Gavin de Becker writes about a study done on people who had received mail bombs. He said that if a person gets a suspicious package in the mail, they do 2 things. They joke about how the package looks like a mail bomb, and then they open it. Why would someone do this? Simply put, they weren't expecting to ever be sent a mail bomb. Since they didn't want to overreact or look foolish for calling the police, they tell themselves it's probably just a strange-looking package and nothing to worry about. What's more interesting and more useful is to know that while our brains are having a delay in processing what's going on, that on another, deeper level, we are aware that we are in danger. A way that we can tell is if we or someone else around us who is experiencing the same event, such as standing next to someone who receives a mail bomb, is feeling confused, and then clearly states the obvious, or begins using sarcasm or dark humor to describe what's going on. We unconsciously use dark humor as a way to relieve our anxiety about a stressful situation. What's happening here is that the danger is registering on one level, but being suppressed on another. This is why erring on the side of caution is so important. If you are feeling confused, fearful, or have concerns something or someone might be dangerous or deadly, this is not normal. If you are still in doubt, it can help to remind yourself that you don't normally feel this way around most people or in most situations. When we encounter anything that we struggle to acknowledge, such as our boss being inappropriate or our partner having squirrely behavior, we attempt to make sense of what's going on, because this feels like the logical thing to do. However, if we are hoping that what we are experiencing isn't the problem we know deep down that it is, we will cling to any rationalization we can come up with and tell ourselves that it's no big deal. For example, we may tell ourselves that our boss is just being flirty because he's from another country and that's just his culture, or because he's older or younger, and that's just how men at that age act. Or he's just a flirt with everyone, so that makes it okay. Or for our partner, we may tell ourselves that he's stressed or busy, and that's why they aren't returning our texts. Or we may believe them when they say that all those flirty texts they keep getting are from exes who won't leave them alone. But of course, that doesn't explain why they continue to respond back. If we are knocked off balance by an event that causes both confusion and sudden or extreme stress, we will go into fight, flight, or freeze mode. For example, after the mail bomb explodes, everyone in the office will most likely either stand there in shock or they will begin to panic, pushing and climbing over each other in order to get out of the building, or doing nonsensical things, such as trying to get back to their office so they can get their briefcase while the building is on fire. Or a boss makes a sexual advance and we freeze, not being able to know what to say or what to do as he gropes us. And after the event is over, we feel guilty, gross, confused, and upset for just standing there and not doing anything to stop it. The idea of running back to our office to get our briefcase, or standing there while we are being groped, or running back into a burning house to get photos might sound absurd, but it's not. It's what happens when the critical thinking part of our brain goes offline, and the more primitive parts of our brain that control our fight, flight, or freeze defenses take over. The result is that instead of being able to be responsive, we become reactive. This is why we do not act logically or like ourselves when we are under extreme stress. In order to help you to shift from being reactive to being responsive, several strategies are mentioned in part 4 of this book. Number 4. We think that if we've ever experienced a problematic situation once, that it would never happen again. In terms of abuse and manipulation, we may think that we'll never get caught up in it again. However, from my own experience, as well as hearing about the experiences from tens of thousands of others, this is not true. What I have seen and personally experienced is that if a person gets caught up with a manipulative or an abusive person once, the odds of it happening again increase, not decrease. There are 2 main reasons for this. Number 1, they think that they know all of the signs and what to avoid next time around. Or 2, they may think that this problematic person was a narcissist, sociopath, or psychopath, and because less than 5% of the population has these personality disorders, that must mean that what happened to them was a fluke, along the lines of getting struck by lightning. And because it was a fluke, they aren't on the lookout for signs of what to avoid next time, because they don't think there will be a next time. The reality is that every manipulative person comes across differently. Some are charming and great listeners, and some are insufferable and self-absorbed. They might be someone we date, or they might be someone we know from work, or even someone we consider a friend. They can work in any profession, be any age, gender, sexual orientation, nationality, religion, astrological sign, you name it. So it's important that we aren't linking up the incorrect cause and effect and thinking that men or spiritual leaders, redheads or Scorpios are the problem. It's manipulative behavior that's the problem, and it's more common than people realize. Chapter 3. Seeing manipulation as it's happening. Seeing manipulation for what it is while it's occurring is a process best described as an evolution of awakening. As you get clarity about what manipulation is, the behaviors involved and how it happens, the more adept you will be at seeing it for what it is. This awareness happens in phases, and each phase comes with its own set of challenges. Phase 1. Awareness of manipulation after the fact. Phase 1 happens with hindsight, potentially months, years, or even decades after the manipulationship has ended. We might have gone into therapy because we were anxious, angry, or depressed, but didn't know why, and then came to learn that it's because we'd been manipulated or abused. Or we might have realized the truth after they ran off with our life savings, the promotion they kept promising never comes, or their affairs begin to surface. This first phase of awareness often brings validation as we start to realize that we feel angry, victimized, and used for a reason. Soon after we are able to acknowledge what really happened, anger settles in. We most likely feel angry at the manipulator for all the damage they did to us. We may also be angry at ourselves for not seeing the manipulation when it was happening. The challenge with this phase is to see manipulative behavior as the problem. It's understandable to think that the manipulator was the problem, and if they are gone, then so is the problem. However, while that specific person may have been the biggest manipulator you've ever come across, odds are they weren't the first, and they won't be the last. In short, it's important that we see manipulative behavior as the problem, and that this behavior isn't limited to the person who hurt you. Phase 2. Awareness of manipulation while it's happening. With Phase 1, we were only able to see manipulation after the fact. With Phase 2, we are now better able to see manipulation while it's occurring. This phase of awareness is best achieved if time has been spent learning the variety of ways manipulation can and does happen. The more aware you are of this behavior, the less you will be confused by it, leaving you better equipped to respond to it effectively. Simply having the understanding and validation of what behaviors are manipulative can be enough to set a person free from it and start them on the path to healing. The challenge with this phase is with being able to validate ourselves. While we may be more aware of problematic behavior as it's occurring, we may also struggle with doubting our perception of events and fearing that we are being hypervigilant and misreading the situation due to our previous experience with manipulators. This self-doubt can cause us to look to others for validation. The problem is that unless those other people are deeply familiar with manipulation, the odds that they'll be able to spot it as such are slim to none. Instead, what tends to happen is that they'll offer up excuses and alternative explanations for what you are experiencing. This creates more confusion and doubt. Fearing that we are overreacting, we give the manipulator the benefit of the doubt, which only keeps us stuck in a bad situation that much longer. You need to be able to determine if something is a problem for you, and not to continually ask others. Because as long as you need validation from others, your life is not your own. Phase 3. Developing a planned response to manipulative behavior. Phase 3 involves developing the skills to be able to prepare for, respond to, and effectively disable manipulation while it's happening. The most powerful skills needed for Phase 3 are learning how to set boundaries, refining your situational awareness, and being proactive in your approach. This book, especially parts 4 and 5, will help you to do just that. These skills are significantly easier once you have a solid grasp on seeing manipulative behavior for what it is and learning to validate yourself, the skills found in phases 1 and 2. What's important right now is to understand that there are different phases of awareness and how they happen. The reason this understanding is so important is because seeing behavior clearly, it's a process. It's not an event. And it's a process that will take practice, self-reflection, patience, and self-compassion as you go through it. The skills needed in phase 3 are some of the most difficult, as they will require identifying what behavior tends to knock you off balance, identifying your normal responses when this happens, learning some new skills to do instead, examining what worked and what didn't, continually practicing and giving yourself compassion and grace while you are learning. There are 4 main challenges with this phase. 1. To hold your boundaries with the manipulator whose behavior will continue to knock you off balance. 2. To remain in control of your interactions with the manipulator as best as you can. 3. To not let the well-intended bad advice or pressure from others knock you off course. 4. To not be so hard on yourself when you don't do things exactly like you wanted to, and to keep any feelings of frustration, overwhelm, or low self-esteem in check so they don't derail your progress. Chapter 4. What manipulation is and isn't. What manipulation is. In terms of personal relationships, manipulation is a slow and steady imbalance of power. This imbalance is created when one person leverages the emotions of fear, obligation, or guilt against another with the ultimate goal of getting their way. This can create an almost seemingly unbearable tension, as the direct or implied threat of some sort of punishment hangs in the balance. Once this imbalance takes place, the relationship ceases to be healthy, if it ever was, and stagnates. At this point forward, the target is on edge around this person, waiting for the next inappropriate request or radical change in temperament to occur. Any of the target's attempts at authentic connection or communication become silenced and are replaced with resentment, insecurity, and fear. And much like a spinning top that gets knocked off center, as long as manipulation is present, the relationship will wobble until it topples over. While it can come across in a wide variety of ways, the common denominator tends to be either a boundary push, such as an inappropriate or uncomfortable request, or a flat-out deception. Manipulation, no matter how mild, is progressive and grows with every subsequent boundary push. However, the target is often unaware that these subtle violations are happening and that the dynamic has become increasingly more imbalanced and one-sided. Boundary pushes and other helpful terminology are covered in Chapter 8. The spectrum of manipulation. Manipulation ranges from mild to malicious, direct to indirect, verbal to nonverbal, unintentional to intentional, and annoying to deadly. Anywhere along the spectrum is a problem. On the milder and annoying end of the manipulation spectrum is the parent who tries to guilt their adult child into calling or visiting more. It's the boss who subtly pushes us into working harder, longer, and faster in order to get that promotion that never comes. It's the significant other who is enjoyable to be around, as long as they get their way. It's the friend who becomes difficult, snarky, cold, or punishing if you have something positive in your life that they don't. On the more extreme end is when the attempt is made to hold you emotionally hostage. The stakes at this level are high, and the intention is clear. Either do what the manipulator wants, or they will hurt themselves, be hurt by someone else, or will hurt you or those you love. The pressure to act can feel unbearable, as a person often feels they have no choice but to do what seems safest, which often means giving in to the emotional terrorist's demands. The catch is that there is usually no end to the pressure from a manipulator. Giving in doesn't make things better in the long run. It only relieves the target's stress and the threat of the situation in the short term. Unfortunately, giving into this kind of behavior doesn't mean that everything now is fine. It means that this dynamic has hit a new low and that the manipulator will attempt to hold you hostage the next time they want something. Some examples of someone trying to hold you emotionally hostage are threatening suicide if you don't reopen communication, threatening to start drinking, using drugs, or other forms of self-harm if you don't reopen contact with them, threatening to file for full custody, withhold visitation, withhold their visits to the children, not pay child support, or to make the target and the children homeless if they don't get their way, threatening to release sexy, nude, or otherwise personal photos or emails of you online or to friends, family, and coworkers, threatening to ruin your career if you don't have sex with them, lie for them, or otherwise do what they want. Having a manipulative person in your life is an anxiety-inducing, emotionally, and sometimes physically unsafe way to live. Trying to get better at meeting their demands, attempting to cope with the extreme stress, or hoping that the manipulator will change aren't good long-term strategies. At its most severe, manipulation is a power play that's rooted in a dangerous degree of entitlement or sadism. The driving force at this level is a pathological need for control. The only way this type of manipulator is satisfied is if the target is sufficiently destroyed emotionally or physically, or both. At this degree, it's common for the target's reality to have been replaced with the manipulator's, and they may feel that they are to blame for any abuse that is occurring. They no longer have a solid sense of self, and their actions are primarily fueled by fear of what the manipulator will do if they don't comply, fear of losing the relationship, or fear of living without them. When people experience this degree of extreme stress and resulting mental anguish, especially at the hands of someone they care about, they can feel like they are losing their mind. This is especially the case if they are unaware that they are being manipulated or abused. If they realize they are being mistreated, they may feel profoundly confused and upset that they could love or miss a person who treats them so terribly. If they don't realize they are being mistreated and instead think of their relationship as having issues, then they tend to feel emotionally devastated or broken, but not know why. This confusion, more often than not, will cause the target to continually support or defend the manipulator, claiming that they love them. This isn't love. Love doesn't hurt. It's the lack of love that hurts. What manipulation isn't? While it's important to understand what manipulation is, it's also important to understand what manipulation isn't. Manipulation isn't a personality conflict, a matter of perception, miscommunication, influence, the result of karma, bad luck, or something you attracted. Each of these 5 points are worth addressing so you don't get derailed by this thinking. Number 1, manipulation is not a personality or zodiac sign conflict. Zodiac signs or personality conflicts are often blamed when tension and difficulty arise. However, if more attempts at communication only seem to make things worse, then there is more going on. This is especially the case if the dynamic started out great and then suddenly goes off the rails and you have no idea why. If this is a continual pattern, it can help to think about what might have led up to this erratic and anxiety-inducing behavior, because you may be locked in a power play and not even realize it. Number 2, manipulation is not a matter of perception. Facts and perception are different, but are often mistaken for the same thing. Manipulation, just like verbal bullying or physical abuse, isn't a matter of perception. There are behaviors a person can point to in order to show that they are being targeted. However, pinpointing this behavior and having others see it for what it is can be difficult due to lack of knowledge or real-world experience with major forms of manipulation. Most people, even many mental health professionals, aren't able to see manipulation and abuse for what it is. When manipulation is subtle, such as a snide comment or small changes in the manipulator's behavior that create a tense environment, such as threatening looks or an icy presence, These behaviors can be difficult for others to see. This is because they are only seeing snippets of this kind of behavior and because they aren't on the receiving end of this, so they are lacking context. However, no matter how severe and obvious manipulation may be, there will still be those who can't or won't see it for what it is, which will be covered later in this book. For the target, having their experience denied, minimized, or invalidated can make them question their sanity and wonder if they are making a big deal out of nothing. It can also feel infuriating and re-victimizing, because it is. Some examples of subtle manipulative behavior are a passive-aggressive boss who continues to change your schedule and either doesn't tell you or tells you at the last minute and then gets upset with you for showing up late or not showing up at all. A coworker who went from being an office friend to a standoffish stranger once you got something they wanted, such as a promotion, a new car, new relationship, a client complimenting you and not them, and so on. Things seemed fine on Friday, but come Monday, there is now an icy divide and they've become difficult, rude, or demanding. An ex-boyfriend who threatens to commit suicide if you don't call him back. A significant other who gives you the silent treatment after you disagree with them. A parent who tells you that if you don't take over the family business, they will disown you. If this kind of manipulation is more on the mild end, such as a coworker being difficult, their behavior may be confusing if they have some legitimate issues with your work performance. It's okay for someone to have an issue with you or your work, but it's not okay for them to create a hostile environment, plant seeds of insecurity, become hypercritical, impossible to please, or threatening. Just like it's okay for someone to be frustrated or angry, but it's not okay for them to become abusive in any way because they were frustrated or angry. For example, people with abusive behavior will often say that they yelled at or hit their target because their target upset them. However, just because they are upset doesn't mean that it's okay to yell at or hit someone. They can be upset and then go for a walk, leave the room, vent to a friend, journal, get in their car and turn on loud music, scream, you name it. It's not expecting too much for others to treat you with respect. It's the basics of adult behavior. Number 3, manipulation is not miscommunication. Sincere miscommunication can be easily cleared up with an assertive, solutions-oriented, and relatively brief conversation. If the conversation continually gets dragged off course with blame shifting, deflection, projection, triangulation, or behavior that shows anything other than a sincere desire to be accountable and work towards a solution, then the issue isn't with communication. All of these behaviors and many others are covered more in depth in Chapter 8. The reason issues don't get resolved with manipulators is simple. They don't want them to get resolved. They want to get their way, or they may feel smug and superior by being able to create so much drama. If confronted, the manipulator may exclaim that the target is paranoid or has misunderstood their actions. The manipulator may even act deeply hurt by the accusations and be shocked that you would ever think that they would be manipulative or hurtful. If the manipulator is emotionally immature, then they might not realize they are being manipulative because they lack the self-awareness to see that their behavior is a problem. However, the more intentional and malicious manipulators out there know exactly what they are doing. If you find yourself explaining the basics of adult behavior to a fully functioning adult, such as why it's not okay to flirt, lie, cheat, steal, hit, and so on, then this is a problem, and they are most likely playing dumb in order to avoid consequences. Regardless of how unaware they previously were of their behavior, if you've let them know they've crossed a line, then now they know, and there is no more excuse. If they continue to cross the line in the future, well, then you know it's intentional. What tends to be the case with people who have such deeply dysfunctional behavior is that it's rarely limited to the 1 or 2 issues you have with them. They have problematic behavior across the board. What this will mean to you is that you will have to continually draw and hold the line. As soon as one issue gets resolved, another one pops up, and this is exhausting. the manipulator continues to see no issue with their behavior, what commonly happens is they start accusing the target of being difficult or hypersensitive. This can cause the target to start questioning themselves and their expectations, and to stop bringing up issues in an attempt to keep the peace. The result is that the target becomes passive and submissive as they begin to stifle their thoughts, feelings, and opinions. The target on the receiving end of this crazy-making behavior is often left feeling angry, frustrated, irritated, confused, and resentful at why getting answers from the other person is so difficult. This may be especially confusing if the target thinks that they already know the worst of the worst, that the manipulator stole from them or their children or their business, got someone pregnant or racked up debt they didn't know about, and so on. Because of this, the target might be confused as to why they are still not owning up to everything. After all, they already know what they did. If you still have to drag the full truth out of someone, or if they are still hiding details, it's generally because what you know is the tip of the iceberg. The only other viable explanation is that they are trying to win some sort of power struggle that exists in their mind. Regardless of their intention, either way you look at it, you lose. If they truly don't know how hurtful they are being, then an open and honest dialogue should result in changed behavior on their end. If the only changed behavior you see is them changing up their game, then they aren't sorry and their behavior will continue. At this point, the only solution is getting distance from them. Keep in mind that while manipulation isn't miscommunication, it is a form of indirect communication. Their actions are telling you everything that you need to know. The differences between solutions-oriented communication and controlling communication. The intentions behind communication falls into one of two main categories: solutions-oriented and controlling. If a person generally wants to resolve a conflict, they will talk openly about the issues and concerns they have with you, seek to hear your viewpoint and your feelings, seek to explore the divide between your perspective, feelings, wants, and needs and their own, sincerely accept responsibility for their actions, work towards a solution. If someone is trying to control you, they will shut down communication about issues and concerns that you have with them, spin the conversation around to focus on every problem that they have with you, or point out everything they've done for you, minimize your viewpoint and feelings, invalidate your feelings and insist that they are right, try and make you feel guilty, bad, stupid, or crazy for having any issue or concern. Avoid taking any sincere responsibility. They will justify, argue, defend, blame, deny, or minimize their behavior. Refuse to be totally open about their actions and will only admit to what you already know. Number 4. Manipulation is not the same as positive influence. Sometimes manipulation is confused for positive influence, as both involve leveraging another person's emotions. A good coach, mentor, parent, or friend often uses influence. However, there are 5 main differences regarding intention, encouragement, persuasion, the intended result, the actual result, and who benefits. In order for behavior to be considered a positive influence, all 5 of these criteria have to benefit the other person. However, in order for behavior to be considered manipulative or problematic at best, only one of the criteria has to benefit the manipulator. Intention. With manipulation, the intention is for the manipulator to get their way or some desired result. With influence, the intention is to encourage, not get, another to do something that's in their best interest. Persuasion and encouragement. With manipulation, pressure is used to gain control, and the person on the receiving end of this is unable to disagree without some sort of conflict or consequence. With influence, pressure is not used to control the other person. Instead, persuasion is used to encourage the other person. the person being influenced is able to decline the persuasion without fear or concern of being punished. The intended result. With manipulation, the goal is for the manipulator to get their way. With influence, the goal is for the other person to be encouraged to do something in their best interest. Whether they take action is up to them and is not part of the intended result. The actual result. With manipulation, the manipulator gets their way through the use of pressure and control. As a result, tension and resentment begin to grow, and the relationship feels unbalanced and emotionally unsafe. With influence, the influencer isn't trying to get their way, they are only trying to encourage another. As a result, trust and connection grow, and the relationship feels strengthened and emotionally safe. Who benefits? With manipulation, the manipulator is the one who benefits. With influence, the person being influenced is the one who benefits. When good intentions go wrong. Sometimes good intentions can unintentionally become manipulative, controlling, or problematic, and result in disastrous outcomes. For this reason, it's important that we are continually checking in to make sure that the actual result matches our intention. This can be done by taking those 5 criteria listed above and turning them into questions that we periodically ask ourselves. These 5 questions are: what is my intention? Am I using persuasion and encouragement or pressure and control? What is the result I'm after? What is the result I'm getting? Who benefits from this result? After answering these questions, you'll be better able to see any adjustments that need to be made in order to keep positive intentions and influence in alignment with positive results. Number 5. Manipulation is not karma, bad luck, or something you attracted. When we are continually on the receiving end of manipulation and feel powerless at stopping it, we can start to wonder why we are such a lightning rod for such mistreatment. In an attempt to figure out why we keep attracting problematic people, we may start to wonder if we have some sort of negative karma to work off, or if we're being punished by God. In this search for answers, many wind up coming across the law of attraction. If you are unfamiliar with the law of attraction, it's the belief that like energy attracts like energy. And since everything in the universe is made up of energy, including us, we are able to control what we attract by changing our energy. Simply put, good energy attracts good things, and bad energy attracts bad things. However, this is not always how life works. Sometimes bad things happen to good people, and good things happen to bad people. So while the law of attraction may seem to work some of the time, doesn't mean that it works. After all, a broken clock is right twice a day. When we think we are able to influence events outside of our control, we are engaging in what's known as magical thinking. The reason this thinking is called magical is because our actions aren't impacting the outcome, even though on the surface they may appear to be. Here's an example of what I commonly see. A person is scared or tired of attracting hurtful people. And because there are things going on outside of their awareness, such as not knowing when they are being mistreated, how their vulnerabilities are being exploited, or when they are being manipulated, it can feel like there are outside forces at work. They begin reading about the law of attraction and start setting their intention to attract good, solid people into their life. Inevitably, some charming, attractive, seemingly like-minded person shows up. In their mind, they think that they attracted this person into their life, and since good energy only attracts good energy, they aren't going to use a healthy level of discernment or boundaries because they don't think they need to. If any red flags surface, they are quick to justify them as they don't want any doubt or negative thoughts to lower their energy. The result is that these relationships can go from a romantic whirlwind to an emotionally devastating tornado once they realize their perfect partner isn't at all what they thought. There is significantly more involved to understanding the psychological principles behind the law of attraction that make it seem like it works and it's dangerous. However, because a more in-depth look is outside the scope of this book, I have a series of videos on my website where I warmly welcome any conversation on this topic. If you are interested, please visit www.thriveafterabuse.com/law of attraction. Chapter 5. Who can be manipulated and who can be manipulative? Who can be manipulated? Manipulation can happen anywhere, by anyone, to anyone. It can happen between friends, family, coworkers, church acquaintances, neighbors, or strangers. It exists between people of any gender, age, religion, profession, sexual orientation, nationality, or education level. Manipulation can be malicious or mild, and can be intentional or unintentional. It can come from a predator or from a well-intended person with unreasonable expectations and dysfunctional ways of getting their needs met. There's a misconception out there that those who are involved with manipulators do so because they've experienced abuse or neglect as a child. This isn't always the case, and even if it was, healing these wounds is not the full solution. This line of thinking can cause a person to spend years in therapy examining every painful childhood event while not addressing other contributing factors. However, by the time you get to the end of this book, these other factors will be much more clear. Additionally, not all manipulators are malicious or intentional. Some people with codependent behavior may be well-intentioned, but in ways that are controlling or manipulative. They may have an excessive focus on taking care of or trying to get others to change, regardless of whether or not their help is wanted. This type of behavior often exhausts them and breeds hostility and resentment in those they are trying to change or help. Because this manipulative behavior is not malicious or intentional, it is not the primary focus of this book. Who can be manipulative? While this book is called the Narcissists Playbook, it's important to realize that anyone, not just narcissists, can be manipulative. Those who manipulate on a regular basis to a destructive degree tend to have a personality disorder, emotional immaturity, an addiction, some sort of untreated mental illness, or a combination of the above. Manipulators come in all walks of life, and it can take some time for us to truly see their behavior clearly. Manipulators run the spectrum from parents who use guilt to control their children, to a pot-stirring and otherwise difficult boss or coworker, a child predator, cult leaders, power-hungry dictators, and everything in between. My goal isn't for you to take this information and try to diagnose the problematic people around you or yourself. My goal is for you to understand that there are people out there whose behavior is so problematic, chronic, and long-standing that it is far outside what would be considered normal problematic behavior. For many targets of manipulation, just the knowledge that not all problematic behavior falls within the range of workable can give them the clarity and validation that they are looking for in order to distance themselves from certain people. It's not judgmental or rude to be discerning about those around you. It's healthy. While some of the more destructive personality disorders are covered, it's important to not get too hung up on the labels. The reason is that the different names and even the criteria for various diagnoses tend to change over time. So please focus on the behavior that these different diagnoses point to, as what's most important is that you see problematic behavior for what it is. Antisocial Personality Disorder, ASPD. Formerly known as sociopaths or psychopaths, the antisocial personality type, or ASPD, is a person who has little to no regard for social norms and rules, and is manipulative and exploitative. The term antisocial doesn't mean a person dislikes being social, or even that they live on the fringes of society. The term antisocial refers to a person getting their needs met in a way that is anti-society, or against social norms and values. Their moral compass is in a continual state of flux based on what they want at that time. They are often hypercritical and expect others to trust them and treat them with honesty, loyalty, and respect, even though they refuse to treat others this way. They are often irresponsible, impulsive, entitled, and have no sincere guilt or remorse for their actions. While all of this behavior is so problematic that we think we'd see it coming, we generally don't, because many people with ASPD are charming, likable, charismatic, and social. And it's hard for many normal, decent people to comprehend that a dangerous person could be likable. Because of this, and because they know all of the right things to say, they are easily able to prey on the emotions and vulnerabilities of others and can really do a great job of acting like a wonderful person. Even for those closest to them, it might take years, if not decades, to fully see their pathological lying, lack of empathy and remorse, and exploitative behavior for what it is. Compared to most narcissists, those with ASPD tend to have more self awareness, emotional intelligence, and situational awareness to better hide their destructive behavior. Narcissists tend to be so egotistical that they never see anything wrong with their behavior and may not even try to hide it because they feel entitled to behave in whatever way they see fit. There is a lot of overlap in terms of the behaviors and mindsets of those with both narcissistic personality disorder and antisocial personality disorder. Perhaps the best way to understand this is to realize that those with antisocial personality disorder are narcissists at the core. However, not all narcissists are so extreme or exploitative that they would be considered to have antisocial personality disorder. Narcissistic personality disorder, NPD. Narcissists tend to have an inflated self-image and are self-absorbed to the point where they are unaware and unconcerned about the needs of others. They may expect special favors and treatment from others, are usually grandiose, think that they are special, unique, and different, sometimes to such a level that they think they are a prophet, a reincarnation of someone famous or of historical significance, or that they have a superior intellect when they don't. They are often arrogant, entitled, manipulative, and pathological liars. When their bad behavior comes to light, their lack of insight and accountability can come across as bizarre, staggering, and even jaw-dropping, especially if they continue to lie or fake an emotion in order to avoid consequences. To see this in motion is so outrageous, it can be almost to the point of comical. This behavior is usually so obviously insincere to everyone but the narcissist and their staunch supporters that this can be crazy-making to see otherwise reasonable and intelligent adults defending a bunch of nonsensical behavior. Narcissists tend to have a paper-thin ego, and any real or perceived injury to their ego can cause them to lash out in wildly inappropriate and destructive ways. They may even have a complete meltdown, which is basically the adult version of a temper tantrum. When this happens, they resort to name-calling, screaming, and expecting others to soothe them by giving them their way. If this doesn't happen, they may throw a big enough fit that they get all of the energy out of their system, and by the end of it, they are somehow able to convince themselves that they've won. There's an old joke out there about the infuriatingly immature and illogical nature of narcissists that goes, "How is arguing with a narcissist like playing chess with a pigeon?" The answer is, no matter how good you are at chess, the pigeon is just going to knock over all of the pieces, crap on the board, and strut around like it's victorious. This joke is about as accurate of a description of a narcissist's behavior as it gets. Individuals with this personality often exaggerate or completely fabricate their accomplishments and talents, have a sense of entitlement, and lack empathy or concern for others. They often cannot handle any criticism with anything less than unquestioned obedience. They often use, abuse, exploit, or neglect others to get their way, and many are pathological liars. Some are parasitic in nature and mooch off of friends, family, or anyone that will let them. This sense of entitlement often produces a feeling that they are allowed to punish those who do not provide their required respect, admiration, or attention. It's not uncommon for them to leave a long trail of broken-hearted targets behind them. Not all narcissists are this malicious or out of touch with reality. Some are more on the arrogant, difficult, subtly devaluing, self-absorbed, and standoffish end of the spectrum. However, regardless of where a person is along this spectrum, if they are unwilling to treat others with dignity and respect, there is a problem. Those with either narcissistic or antisocial personality disorder often have two lives: reality and their fantasy life that they present to others. This fantasy life is full of excuses, manipulation, half-truths, deceptions, cons, pathological lies, and a diluted sense of self. They tend to make themselves either the hero or the victim of the stories they tell. For example, if they don't have custody or visitation with their children, they may say that the courts were against them or that their ex was abusive or manipulated the system. The reality is they may have been abusive, or that they don't really want anything to do with their children and don't show up to court dates. The only thing that is for certain with someone who lies is that everything is uncertain. Dark triad personality. A dark triad personality isn't a personality disorder per se. It's a destructive combination of a disordered personality, narcissism, the learned behaviors of manipulation and often sadism, Machiavellianism, and the disordered brain function of psychopathy. The result is a person who is highly manipulative, exploitative, lacking in empathy and remorse, and who enjoys causing damage and inflicting pain onto others. There is a saying out there that some people just like to watch the world burn. Those with the dark triad personality would be those people. Borderline personality disorder, BPD. Common characteristics of borderline personality disorder, BPD, include chronic fears of abandonment, unstable social relationships, unstable self-image, attention-seeking behavior, emotional immaturity, and inappropriate or non-existent boundaries. Those with this personality disorder often engage in impulsive and self-damaging acts, such as unsafe promiscuity, substance abuse, and self-harm. They tend to struggle with emotional self-regulation, experience chronic feelings of emptiness, have bouts of intense anger that are disproportionate or inappropriate to the situation, and fleeting paranoia. Those with this personality disorder tend to have an intense and chaotic life, are hypersensitive to rejection, and often have outbursts of anger as well as emotional tantrums. They may be incredibly manipulative and try to hold others emotionally hostage, often threatening suicide if they don't get their way. A lot of the behaviors found in NPD, ASPD, and BPD overlap. It's not uncommon for a narcissist or sociopath to become dramatic, erratic, and emotional in their attempts to control their targets. However, the main difference is that people with BPD have empathy, remorse, and guilt. While they may manipulate to get their way, they aren't exploitative like a narcissist or a sociopath, and much of their behavior is more destructive to them than it is to others. If I had to wager a guess, I'd say that a lot of the most popular reality TV stars have borderline personality disorder. While their antics may be entertaining to watch, if they are truly like this off camera, then there is a solid chance they experience a lot of pain, frustration, and sadness as a result of all of the ongoing chaos. I want to interject here and point out that personality disorders are, at their core, a cluster of behaviors. And these behaviors, like any others, are on a spectrum ranging from mild to severe. It's important to mention this spectrum as well as how personality disorders can and do manifest differently for each person. I bring this up because it's common for those who have experienced any type of abuse or trauma to be diagnosed with BPD due to their rapidly shifting moods, tumultuous relationships, and reactive impulsive behavior. This emotional dysregulation may very well have more to do with untreated post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, or complex post-traumatic stress disorder, CPTSD, both of which can be the result of trauma. The main difference between the two is that PTSD tends to occur after an event and has more identifiable triggers, whereas CPTSD tends to occur after repeated events with a wider range of triggers. An example would be the difference between being a soldier in war versus being a prisoner of war. Or another way to put it would be that the difference between being in a traumatic car accident and spending years in a cult. Not everyone who experiences trauma, even long-standing trauma, develops PTSD or CPTSD. However, many do. For a survivor of abuse, getting a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder can be devastating and can further reinforce the manipulator's insistence that they were the problem. Even if a person has BPD or any other type of personality disorder or mental illness, that doesn't make being abused somehow okay or their fault. If what I mentioned about trauma and abuse seems to more accurately describe what you went through, then I encourage you to talk to your mental health care provider about additional treatment for PTSD or CPTSD. The standard treatment for borderline personality disorder is a therapy known as dialectical behavioral therapy, or DBT. This therapy is based on mindfulness and self-regulation, which are valuable skills that we could all benefit from. Histrionic personality disorder. Those with histrionic personality disorder tend to have an excessively dramatic, overly emotional, and attention-seeking personality. They lead with their sexuality or bizarreness, and their actions tend to come across as theatrical, over the top, and either immature or inappropriate, as if they aren't living in reality, but rather playing a role in a movie of their own making. They are often desperate for approval, and if anyone shows any interest in them, no matter how superficial or insincere, they are inclined to misread this as the relationship being more substantial than it is. Addictive personalities. When a person is struggling with addiction, they will frequently lie, deny, exploit, manipulate, threaten, and do everything in their power to make sure that they get their addiction fed. It can be difficult to tell if their problematic behavior is a result of their addiction or if it's their true personality. In order for you or a mental health clinician to be able to determine this, the person with the addiction would need to be sober for at least 18 months. However, a person can have both a personality disorder and a substance use disorder. It's also possible for a person to become emotionally stunted at whatever age they first began abusing a substance. Regardless of the source of their problematic behavior, it's okay to set boundaries with a person who has an addiction, just like you would with anyone else. Having an active addiction or personality disorder might be an explanation of certain behavior, but it's not an excuse. Character disturbed versus personality disordered. Many people get caught up on trying to figure out if the person with problematic behavior in their life has a personality disorder, and if so, which one. However, I've seen this cause more confusion than anything, as they are so focused on the trees that they lose sight of the forest. I know having a concrete diagnosis can be validating, and for many it provides the reassurance that it's not them and that this relationship is indeed as problematic as it feels. One of the most helpful distinctions that isn't normally made is what Dr. George Simon refers to in his book Character Disturbance, is that there is a difference between problematic or even personality disordered behavior and a disturbed character. A character-disturbed person is one who lacks a conscience and has no guiding principles of right or wrong. So while some people with personality disorders may have behavior that you find exhausting, with solid boundaries on your end, this behavior could potentially be tolerable. However, if a person is character disturbed, meaning that they have no solid moral or ethical character, but are instead guided by their selfish and destructive impulses, you would be wise to distance yourself from them. There is no healthy relationship possible with someone who lacks empathy, sincere remorse, honesty, dependability, loyalty, or whose actions repeatedly harm you or others. Being around a person like this, let alone trying to establish a healthy relationship with one, will only result in chaos and will cost you either your safety or sanity. This is significant because I see a lot of people who have a loved one who might have an addiction or be diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, bipolar disorder, or even pass a psychiatric examination with flying colors. And because this person isn't officially diagnosed with a disorder that proves that they have a lack of empathy or remorse, they think this relationship can be saved. The deciding factor as to whether or not a relationship is workable needs to come from your own standards and boundaries, and nothing else. If you are being treated in a way that is not okay with you, and they can't or won't stop, then it's okay and necessary for you to set some boundaries. Keeping yourself safe and keeping peace in your life isn't being selfish, it's being self-protective. Chapter 6: Subcategories of Manipulators. From my own observations with manipulators, as well as listening to the experiences of thousands of others, I've noticed that there are 6 different subcategories that manipulators tend to fall into. These categories aren't hard and fast, and some manipulators may fall into more than one. Additionally, manipulators may shift between each type depending on their target and their desired outcome. The 6 types of manipulators are the disorienters, the charmers, the intimidators, the martyrs, the self-harmers, and the destroyers. The disorienter. This type of manipulator primarily uses disorientation in the form of confusion or chaos to get their way. They may play the long game by stirring the pot so they can watch it bubble over, creating chaos and then swooping in to offer a solution that benefits them. Or perhaps they may play the short game, creating immediate confusion so that they can knock their target off balance for some immediate gain, such as saying something cruel so they can feel superior in that moment, or with the intent to provoke the target into an explosive reaction. Because the behavior of the disorienter is so erratic and can range from persistent to disinterested and from sweet to mean, the target is left feeling continually uncertain and anxious as to what mood they will encounter and why. In an attempt to gain understanding, the target commonly turns to the disorienter looking for clarity as to why they are now so disinterested or mean. This, of course, doesn't work and only leads to the disorienter creating more confusion, as now they know what buttons to push. The charmer. The charmer uses charm to talk almost anyone into anything. They tend to leave a soulmate feeling on those around them, especially if they are sexually seductive. Some of the largest amounts of damage are done by charmers, because most people don't see them coming, and those that do aren't believed. They may come across as caring, concerned, compassionate, and an overall ideal person at first. Over time, cracks are seen in the charmer's facade and seemingly out-of-character behavior tends to shine through. However, the reality is that this concerning behavior is the real them, and the charming self that you found so compelling is an act. The charmer may continue to hold on to their mask, continually doing damage control so that they remain to be seen as a wonderful person. The target tends to focus on the charmer being the solution instead of seeing the charmer as the problem they really are, at least initially. Once the confusion clears, the damage that has been done can be seen. When a relationship with a charmer ends, the target is often left trying to heal from a level of emotional devastation that they never thought possible, and grieve the loss of a person that they thought was their soulmate. There are 4 subtypes regarding the charmer: the charming charmer, the charismatic charmer, the exotic charmer, and the delusional charmer. The charming charmer. Charming charmers come across as likable, helpful, or caring, and are perhaps the most dangerous and damaging of all predators, as the best hiding place for evil is behind good. They tend to come across as caring, trustworthy, and harmless, which is how they are able to establish trust and sympathy so quickly. Those with the psychopathic behaviors of Munchausen by proxy would be a classic example of this. If the charming charmers are playing the short game, which is the case for online dating scammers or pickpockets, they are quick to establish a connection, which they then use to get closer emotionally or physically to their target. They may do this by using flattery, flashing a few smiles, or using casual conversation as a way to lure their target. If this happens online, the target is pulled emotionally closer through the charmer pretending to be their perfect partner. After all, a person doesn't give their life savings to an online scammer. They give it to a person they think is their significant other. If the charmer is playing the long game, such as a spouse who chronically cheats and lies but who wants to stay married because it's convenient for them, or if they are along the lines of the Bernie Madoffs of the world, they will use finesse and reassure their target that they can be trusted. Because they lay on the charm so thick, this can leave their target feeling special and significant. For those who have been walking around feeling unloved, lost, or lonely, the charming charmer can seem like an answer to a prayer, at least at first. Once their true intentions begin to show, the target struggles with reconciling these two different sides of this person. If they are emotionally invested in the charmer, which they usually are, they may struggle tremendously with walking away from this dynamic, as the attention, affection, or promises that everything will work out can be intoxicating. If they are in a relationship, the target may fear that they will never find someone who treats them so well or makes them feel so loved, at least when the times are good. The reality is that the charmer's over-the-top romantic behavior is all an act, and if the target doesn't realize this, then tragically, all other relationships will fall short because normal people don't act this way. If the charmer is abusive, the target has the added challenge of knowing that others most likely won't believe them, as these charmers are seen as fantastic people. The exotic charmer. They claim to have some sort of supernatural, otherworldly, or greater than normal abilities. They may claim to be a psychic, a prophet, a guru, an alien, or God himself. The central theme is that they are special, unique, and different. This uniqueness holds a special type of fascination. After all, who doesn't want to talk to God and an alien or a psychic, especially if they are feeling lost, scared, or alone? It's common for the exotic charmer to take on an exotic style of dress, an unusual name, or a unique way of life. The charmer tends to use this exotic appeal to then mirror the target or promise some sort of ideal future or answer. Those roped in by the exotic charmer accuse non-believers of not being open-minded, and any facts that non-believers offer up in an attempt to prove the exotic charmer is problematic or a fraud are quickly dismissed. Ironically, it's those that fall into the web of these exotic charmers who are the ones that are not being open-minded. The reason this is so is because being open-minded means staying open to all possibilities being either true or false. It doesn't mean thinking that everything is true, especially if there's plenty of evidence that shows that this isn't the case. This isn't being open-minded. This is being gullible. Exotic charmers are what unbridled grandiosity looks like at its worst, and usually at its most effective. They will sell you on a dream, and in time, deliver a nightmare. The delusional charmer. The delusional and exotic charmers often go hand in hand. They believe that they are special, unique, different, have supernatural powers, have a direct connection to God, or that they have a connection to aliens or the dead. They may or may not actually believe in their grandiose delusions. Their bizarre beliefs appeal to those who are lost and seeking and are leveraged in order to make money, to lure people into worshiping them, or if they are truly mentally ill, to believe in their delusions because they are so convinced they have insight that no one else has. With the delusional charmer, the more time that passes, the more bizarre and dangerous their beliefs become. Sexual abuse, child marriages, rape, murder, theft, and suicide are all spun to be necessary or righteous. An extreme example of this would be Charles Manson, who was later diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia that went untreated, as well as antisocial personality disorder. The bizarre delusions and beliefs that accompany untreated schizophrenia, coupled with charisma, intensity, and manipulative behaviors of antisocial personality disorder, can be a very dangerous combination. It is one that many lost, lonely, or otherwise vulnerable people seem to continually fall prey to. The siren song of both the exotic and delusional charmer is that they often promise to know the path to being healthy, enlightened, or self-actualized. Outrageous lies and claims tend to be a long-standing pattern, and tend to be the foundation for bizarre beliefs and cult-like thinking and acting. The charismatic charmer. This person comes across as intense and persistent. They may or may not come across as charming, exotic, or delusional. Their intensity comes across as passion, and because they believe in what they are saying so sincerely, others are drawn to them. Their persistence can come across as sincerity, and this dogged determination is something that normal people only have when they are sincere. However, for a manipulative or pathological person, this persistence is about control, not caring. In their mind, they need to win, and they don't let go or move on easily. For example, they may text or call numerous times, even after you've told them that you don't want to see or hear from them again. They may fly across the country to apologize, show up at your home or work unannounced or uninvited, or spend large sums of money to try to win you over. You can tell the difference between pathological persistence and sincere persistence by their actions that follow. What normally happens is that once they get the target back, the target is either used, abused, exploited, or dumped. When the target is broken up with so soon after they go back to the manipulator, they are often confused because the manipulator seemed so sincere in their dogged determination to win them back. Make no mistake, they weren't. This is all a game to them. While all abusers tend to rewrite reality on the fly and seek to destroy others around them who disagree with them, the charismatic charmer causes massive damage to massive numbers of people. On the extreme end, they may become dictators who are able to leverage strong emotions such as fear, anger, and hope in order to persuade people into doing what they want. While this is happening, those under their influence continue to minimize any concerning behavior the charismatic charmer has. After all, it's hard to spot a problem if it's either cloaked as the solution or if we desperately want it to be the solution. Intimidators. These manipulators intimidate targets into complying with their demands. They do this in a variety of ways, such as making demeaning comments, giving the silent treatment, planting seeds of insecurity, or threatening bad outcomes if the target doesn't comply. Even though intimidators may not follow through on their threats, the threats are scary enough that the target doesn't want to risk it. These type of threats back a target into a no-win situation and often leave them anxious and intimidated about what they should do. The target may also feel enraged at being threatened and controlled, and upset for feeling pushed into actions they don't want to take. Destroyers or sadists. These types are the most intentional, predatory, and malicious when it comes to targeting and hurting others. They may or may not bother to build a connection with their target. Their motive is purely to destroy others, either for fun, to feed their ego, because they are bored, or simply because they can. If someone seems to enjoy causing you pain, you would be wise to immediately go into self-protective mode and get far away from them as fast as you can. Self-punishers. The self-punishing manipulators hold themselves emotionally or physically hostage as a way to get others to do what they want. They may threaten to start drinking, use drugs, or commit suicide if they don't get their way. They have little to no real accountability for their actions and instead blame others. Their battle cry would be, "You made me hurt myself." Martyrs. The martyr manipulator uses their considerate acts as leverage. Every kind act they do comes with strings attached and is used as an attempt to hold their target emotionally hostage with guilt down the road. They keep score by reminding the target of prior kind acts and expect to be repaid tenfold, and then hold it against the target if they don't. To others, they may come across as caring and concerned people who are surrounded by ungrateful people. Their main mode of manipulation could be captured in the phrase, "Look at how much I do for you." Chapter 7. Understanding the mindset of manipulators. The motives of a manipulator may be conscious or unconscious, related to their childhood, some unhealed emotional wound, or simply to get their way. Regardless of why they are doing what they are doing, the resulting damage to you is the same if you don't move out of their destructive path. It's important that you don't let pity, sympathy, obligation, guilt, or love lead you into justifying their mistreatment of you. Spending time trying to determine what type of pathological person is in your life or why they are treating you so terribly can feel like an important thing to do. However, what's more important is understanding how to free yourself from their manipulation and to make your safety and sanity a priority. In addition, there's a very solid chance that you will never truly know what drives their behavior. Their intentions are often deeply rooted, have more than one cause, and can be both disguised and deflected onto others. They misrepresent their reasons for doing things. They may manipulate because it's easy, convenient, helps them to get their way, or because it's even fun for them to try and puppeteer others. Causing chaos in order to get their way may be the easiest or most enjoyable way to do things. So don't delude yourself into thinking that if they knew better, they would do better. Some people just want to see the world burn. 2 different mindsets. The driving force behind a person's behavior can be traced back to one of 2 mindsets: domination-driven or team-oriented. Identifying the mindset that you are interacting with can cut through a lot of the confusion. It doesn't matter if the problematic person in your life is a malignant narcissist or someone who is well-intended but emotionally immature. The core of who they are and their motives for their behavior can be difficult to determine. However, we don't need to know these things. All we need to know is what kind of mindset they have when conflict arises. If they don't respect you or your boundaries, and if solutions-oriented communication isn't effective at solving the issue, then you aren't dealing with someone who is looking for a solution. If they deny, shift blame, lie, gaslight, or in any other way shirk accountability, then they are trying to get out of facing consequences. If you are still struggling to determine if you might be the problem, then remind yourself of all you've tried doing in order to reach a solution. If you are like any other target of manipulation, odds are you've tried everything you can think of to make the tension stop and make the relationship work, to no avail. Here are the 2 different mindsets in more detail. A domination-driven mindset. A domination-driven mindset is one where a person must be in control and they must win. Any interaction with them when they don't get their way is a power struggle that leads to some sort of consequences if you don't comply. They may be difficult to please and fault-finding, or bait others into arguments that never get resolved. On the more severe end, they may be sabotaging, aggressive, controlling, domineering, and unable to take criticism or competition of any kind. On the more mild end, they may be solutions-oriented in some situations, but then a switch seems to flip. They become impossible to please, and no matter what you say, they continue to bring up numerous unrelated issues that make you wrong. A person with a domination-driven mindset, even if it comes and goes, at best, is immature and has unresolved issues that only they can resolve. At worst, they have a paper-thin ego and lash out when anyone disagrees, challenges, criticizes, or has more success than them. A person operating from this mindset isn't interested in seeking a solution. They seek to win at all costs, even if it harms them. For example, they may continually drag their former spouse to court, racking up legal expenses for both of them, simply because they'd rather they both lose if that meant their former spouse wouldn't win. As Stephen Covey, the author of The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, describes it, people with a domination-driven mindset seek to have an I win and you lose, or a we both lose outcome. Trying to be reasonable and work towards a solution with the person who has this type of mindset won't get you very far. In fact, it will only serve to frustrate you, upset them, and further embed them in their domination drive to win. They would rather destroy everything around them if this means they could be the king or queen of the ashes. A team-oriented mindset. A team-oriented mindset is the opposite of the manipulator's domination-driven mindset. A person with a team-oriented mindset seeks to resolve issues and is able to work with others. They use honest, sincere, solutions-oriented communication to build and keep relationships. They can appropriately relate to and connect with others so that a win-win outcome is possible. Even though it might be challenging at times, they can take constructive criticism, admit faults, and moderate their behavior. They aren't threatened by the success of others. This doesn't mean that they don't get jealous, angry, frustrated, or insecure. They do, but they don't let these feelings dictate their behavior, and they don't go around sabotaging others or trying to hold them emotionally hostage. If a person shows that they aren't team-oriented in their approach, then you are at an impasse. Now it's time to stop trying to get through to them because ineffective communication isn't the problem. It's time to change your approach when interacting with them. 4 main motives of manipulators. There are 4 main reasons for manipulators' behaviors. Number 1, to advance their selfish agenda. They want to get their way and often disguise their motives to make this happen. They may tell you that they care, or that they are honest, or that they are sorry, or that they have your best interests at heart. Good lip service is part of the manipulation and keeps the target sucked in. They may present themselves as unselfish, caring, or apologetic because it works. Number 2, to get and keep power and control over others. Even though manipulators may act grandiose, arrogant, or superior, they view power as finite. They can't let others be empowered because it represents less power for them. They see no room for a win-win result because they are not team-oriented. If you seek to exert control over yourself or your decisions, the manipulator views it as you taking power from them. Now you've become the enemy, and they will become retaliatory to regain control. Number 3, to feel and control. Not getting what they want is unacceptable and often perceived as an attack. Manipulators often want or need to be seen as in control of their emotions, especially those associated with weakness, such as anxiety, vulnerability, including bonding with others, and thus love. They need to be right, and their egos go into a tailspin when they are wrong, disagreed with, or challenged in any way. Number 4, to feed their ego. Most people don't lie on a regular basis. When they do, it's generally because they are embarrassed, ashamed, feel the need to please others, or are uncomfortable with reality. Pathological people lie and manipulate to get their way, to stir the pot, to dissolve the sanity of others, and to create chaos because it makes them feel superior, or because it's entertaining to see how much they can get someone to believe. They may even lie when the truth would work better, simply because they can, or because it's fun for them to see how much they can get others to believe. If you are dealing with a pathological liar, you would be wise to assume that if they are talking, they are lying. Trying to sift out fact from fiction is only an exercise in frustration. Any excuse, justification, or apology for their behavior is usually only another lie and another level to their game. Decent people may try to find underlying reasons for such terrible behavior. What we do know is that there is no relationship possible with a chronic liar, as trust, vulnerability, and honesty aren't present. Evil doesn't have rules. Regardless of their motives, it's also vitally important that you understand that if you are dealing with a malicious manipulator, you are dealing with someone who is truly evil. And evil doesn't have rules. This is especially the case if you are dealing with a sadistic or deadly manipulator. Nothing is sacred or off limits to them, and trying to use logic and reason to understand their behavior will get you nowhere. It's vital for you to understand that you do not share the same reality as them or the same way of operating in this world. The evil that you've seen up to this point is generally the tip of the iceberg. They will lie about having cancer. They will drive their supposed loved ones into bankruptcy. They may make their pets or children sick to get attention. They will get someone pregnant or get pregnant to trap them. And the most damaging part is while they are causing so much harm, the targets continue to give them the benefit of the doubt and increase their support. After all, if a manipulator is making such sweeping gestures such as getting married, buying a house together, quitting their job to take care of their sick child, or moving across the country to be with their target, these actions are hard to understand as being anything other than sincere. But for a manipulator, it's just another level to their game. Malicious manipulators do not see your kindness, caring, or love as endearing. They will see it as a sign of weakness and will exploit it. There are no actions that you can take to somehow earn their love, respect, or even be treated fairly or appropriately, although they will make you feel that there is. They will exhaust you emotionally, physically, and financially, and you will not feel a sense of warmth or desire to reciprocate no matter how much you've done for them. While past behavior is often a good indication of their future actions, there is no guarantee that their behavior won't escalate quickly and seemingly for no reason. If someone shows you that they have a limited or absent moral compass, it's a good idea to assume that they are capable of anything. If someone has shown you that they are dangerous and destructive, it's a good idea to assume that you will see more of that in the future and that it will get worse. Manipulation and abuse go hand in hand, and both get worse with time, not better. Spending time around a predator and thinking that you can either control their behavior or will be able to keep yourself safe is akin to juggling snakes. You are engaged in a dangerous pastime, and just because you haven't been bit before doesn't mean that you won't in the future. If evil is anything, it's unpredictable. Chapter 8. Common Methods of Manipulation. When dealing with a manipulator, it can be helpful to remind yourself that even though their hurtful behavior is currently being directed towards you, they aren't treating you this way because of something you are or something you did. A manipulative person continually creates chaos, attempts to control or exploit others because this is how they navigate life. Their behavior didn't start with you, and it won't end with you. The good news is that once you understand the vocabulary for what you are experiencing, their behavior isn't as confusing and crazy-making, and it's a lot easier to disengage from it. It's only when we don't see their behavior for what it is and expect it to be different that we are continually knocked off balance, shocked, and frustrated. Common manipulations. Some of the common manipulations are as follows. Abusive anger. We all experience anger. Anger is a normal human emotion and is often experienced when we are either frustrated, feel helpless, or have had some sort of boundary crossed. However, how we deal with that anger makes all the difference. It's okay for a person to be angry, but it's not okay for them to be cruel, intimidating, or violent. Abusive anger is when one person lashes out against another. This tends to happen for 3 reasons. The manipulator isn't getting their way, the target acts in a way that the manipulator doesn't feel they should, or abusive anger may be a way of intimidating the target so they don't get out of line in the future. The person on the receiving end of this abusive anger often looks for rational reasons and explanations for this, and may even feel responsible for causing the abusive outburst. Example: you forget to respond to an important email, and your boss yells at you or tells you that you are stupid or worthless. Blaming. Manipulators commonly blame others for their behavior and won't take any responsibility for their actions. They offer up different versions of events, as well as excuses as to why it happened, until the target either accepts one of the versions or becomes so exhausted with the conversations that never seem to get resolved that they stop trying. Examples. You find out that your partner has been having an affair and you confront them. At first they deny it, but once you tell them that you've talked to the person with whom they've cheated, they blame the other person for seducing them, and they blame you for not being more sexual with them. You file charges against your ex for physically assaulting you, and they blame you for putting them in jail. Boundary pushes. Boundary pushes often happen in small, seemingly innocent ways, at least at first. For example, a date begins making offensive jokes, your mother makes a rude comment about your appearance, a coworker asks a deeply personal question about your past, or a neighbor you hardly know asks to borrow a large sum of money. Not every person who pushes your boundaries is necessarily a manipulator. No one knows where our boundaries are until we make them clear. However, this doesn't mean that all boundary pushes are benign or accidental either. All we can do is address the boundary push when it happens, and to pay attention to how the other person responds to us holding our boundary. When boundary pushes go unaddressed, the manipulator becomes more emboldened, as well as learns what buttons to push in the future. Our reluctance or passivity at their boundary push, unbeknownst to the target, helps to set the pace of the dynamic. As we become more aware of what manipulation is and how it feels when our boundaries are crossed, this is when we are able to effectively address boundary pushes as they are happening, or at least soon after. Some people, myself included, tend to get so knocked off balance by boundary pushes that they don't know what to say or how to respond. If this is you, it's okay. Take some time to regroup, and if you can, address the boundary violation with the other person at some point in the near future when you are ready. Charm. When a person is charming, a common response is for people to mistake the charming person's likability for trustability. We tend to assign positive character traits to people who are charming, and even more so if they are attractive. Charm can be so subconsciously powerful that prosecuting attorneys often have to prepare a jury to understand that seemingly frail, female, meek, charming, or attractive people can do bad things. Some of the most dangerous manipulators out there tend to come across as Prince or Princess Charming, especially when they want something. They may seem like the world's greatest parent, significant other, employee, neighbor, friend, or spiritual leader. Over time, you may begin seeing cracks in this mask when you see them react in a way that seems really out of character for the person you think you know. Or they may be charming in public when other people are watching, but then be very different at home. This is why many survivors of abuse describe them as running really hot and cold, or Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Being charming is not the same thing as being a good person. After all, Bill Cosby and Ted Bundy were both very charming. When a manipulator is being charming, they may be overly interested in you or your children, be quick to make you or your children their whole world, give you lots of attention, affection, and compliments, be quick to be the first to open up and tell you deeply intimate things about them, which may not even be true, tell you that you can trust them or that they'd never hurt or cheat on you. Promise that given enough time, understanding, love, attention, rehab, or therapy, that they could change. Be on their best behavior and take grand actions at saving the relationship or offering to do whatever it takes. Be determined to keep you in their life and show up at your house or work, call you continually, send you gifts, or send you an excessive amount of emails or text messages. Apologize, beg, plead, and cry. Send you songs or write poetic texts and emails expressing their love for you after they've cheated or abused you. Demanding, controlling, and ordering. This is where one adult attempts to control what another adult will and won't do, in effect, treating them like a child. Examples. Your spouse insists that you never wear makeup or dress sexy when out in public, or they insist that you always wear makeup and dress sexy when out in public. Your spouse demands that you don't work, or that you work while they don't, and that you turn your paycheck over to them. Your spouse puts you on an allowance and only gives you enough money for groceries and to put gas in your car, while they spend their money however they may please. Your mother-in-law or spouse takes your 5-year-old child to get their hair cut or ears pierced without your permission. Emotions. The emotions of fear, obligation, guilt, and sympathy are perhaps the most preyed upon, as they are often the most effective ways to get a person to comply. Here are some ways these emotions are commonly manipulated. Fear. The manipulator may threaten to end the relationship if they don't get their way, which might trigger deep fears of abandonment, loss, or not getting what was promised, such as a promotion or child support. The manipulator may become intimidating and imply that they will hurt the target, children, pets, and other loved ones if the target doesn't act accordingly. Obligation. This emotion is most preyed upon in families. The pressure to submit to the manipulator's needs is cloaked under the guise of caring, or their idea of what a family should do for each other, regardless of the manipulator's bad behavior. For example, your sister pressures you to move your sick mother into your home, even though she's abusive to you and your children. Even if you were on good terms with her, you work full-time and don't have a spare bedroom. Guilt. The emotion of guilt often closely ties into both fear and obligation. Here are some examples of how a manipulator may use fear, obligation, and guilt. They may blame you or others for their behavior and their problems, which can be really crazy-making if you are being blamed for them cheating, lying, and stealing. Use your commitment to your children against you by saying things such as, "Children need two parents," or "I can't believe you are giving up on our marriage," when they are the ones who have had relationship-busting behavior. Use religion against you and tell you that you aren't a good person of faith because you won't let them back into your life. Threaten that if you leave, they won't pay child support or have anything to do with the children. Promise that this time will be different and that they'll change, but their good behavior doesn't last for long, they haven't told you the full truth, or you continue to catch them in lies. Promise to change, but that you are the only one who can help them. Claim to have cancer or some other major illness, and that they need you to be there for them. They threaten to kill you or themselves if you leave. Sympathy. If a person had a bad childhood, seems lost without us, cries, or seems physically wounded, we may be quick to discount any red flags we may have about them and replace a healthy degree of skepticism with sympathy. After all, Ted Bundy used to approach women in a parking lot wearing a cast so that they didn't view him as the murderous threat that he was. This is because we don't fear what we pity. Pushes for trust that isn't earned. Manipulators often move fast. They target others based on what they can get, and then they prey upon their vulnerabilities and push their boundaries until the target caves in. One of the major ways this happens is a manipulator will want to combine lives in some way, such as moving in together, joining finances, having a baby, and so on. Forgetting. This is where a manipulator claims they don't remember what was said or saying what did occur or didn't. They may claim not remembering what they promised you. Not all people who claim to have forgotten something are necessarily lying about it. Sometimes people truly do forget. However, if you confront them about their behavior and they continue to forget, then this is a problem. Examples. You are in the middle of a big project at work and your former spouse offers to pick up the children from daycare. Later that evening, you get a phone call from the daycare letting you know that your children are still there. You call your ex to see if they are on their way and they tell you they forgot. Now you have to leave work early and pay a late fee, as well as console two children who feel forgotten. Your boyfriend offers to pick you up from the airport on Saturday night. You text him on Friday to confirm and talk about how excited you are to get back home and see him. Saturday night rolls around and he isn't at the airport. You call him to see what's going on and he doesn't answer. After waiting for an hour, you end up calling your sister to see if she can pick you up. You don't hear from your boyfriend until late next morning, and he tells you he forgot and then fell asleep early. You later see some pictures on social media that he was out at a bar with some friends. Diverting, deflection, and blocking. Diverting and blocking are used to prevent discussion, withhold information, and end communication. When manipulators deflect, they deny their own bad behavior and instead focus on the target. Example. You notice several flirtatious online messages between your partner and a coworker. When you ask your partner about it, they tell you that you have trust issues and need therapy. When you bring up the issues again, they start to point out everything you do that they don't like, or they tell you that they aren't going to fight about this and shut down any further attempts you make at discussing it. False flattery and/or false low self-esteem. Manipulators often use their charm to tell you how attractive, intelligent, or amazing you are, and how they are so lucky to have someone like you in their lives. They may point out flaws within themselves as a way to come across as insecure and harmless. Example: you start dating a new person, and they tell you all about their abusive ex and how they are afraid of being hurt again. You find yourself reassuring them that you would never treat them this way. In time, their behavior slowly shifts from them being caring, attentive, and reserved to them being difficult, demanding, and verbally abusive. Fault finding. When a person is continually undermined or told that everything they do is wrong, this can lead to a slow and subtle erosion of their self-esteem, leaving them to feel that nothing they do will ever be good enough, and causing them tremendous anxiety and to walk on eggshells. Over time, they may begin to doubt their abilities and judgment and stop making decisions on their own, and instead look to the manipulator for guidance and direction. Example: you have a coworker who seems to have an issue with almost everything you do. She complains that your reports are too long, and so next time you make it a point to shorten them. The next report you submit, she complains that it's too short, and so you rewrite it. Now she has an issue with how you formatted it or with certain word choices you made. Several days later, the same coworker approaches you after lunch and says she noticed that you turned off your office light when you leave. She tells you to leave the light on because customers might think the business is closed, even though there are a dozen other offices and yours isn't visible from the road. That day, you make sure to leave your light on, but when you return, she has an issue with you keeping your office door closed when you aren't there. Gaslighting. This comes from the movie Gaslight, which is about deception, murder, and psychological abuse. Gaslighting is a form of psychological abuse where one person intentionally and maliciously attempts to erode another's reality or sanity by saying something happened that didn't, or by saying something didn't happen that did. However, it's important to point out that denying a person's reality, even if it's done unintentionally, benignly, and with good intentions, can have disastrous outcomes, which I will get into shortly. Gaslighting is done in 4 main ways for 4 very different reasons. However, regardless of the intent, there are still profound negative consequences to the person on the receiving end of it. These 4 ways and reasons are: number 1, a person denies reality in order to avoid consequences. Example: Emily discovers her husband Brandon has been having an affair. When she confronts him, he denies it and tells her she is paranoid and crazy, forever thinking he would cheat on her. Likely intention: Brandon may be denying reality in an attempt to avoid consequences. Consequence: while Brandon may not be intending to erode Emily's sanity, that is frequently the result when someone is told that they are wrong about reality when they aren't. The person on the receiving end of this form of gaslighting tends to have difficulty trusting their judgment and other people long after the manipulator is out of their life. Number 2, a person denies reality in order to intentionally erode the sanity of another. Example: Charlotte is jealous that Diana, her friend and fellow coworker, got a raise last month when she didn't. Over the past month, Charlotte has been periodically going to Diana's office and deleting files off of her computer. Because Diana thought Charlotte was a friend, she confides in her that some important files are missing, and she has no idea how this could have happened. Charlotte tells her that she's under a lot of stress and just must have misplaced them. A week later, Charlotte begins telling Diana misinformation about certain projects that causes Diana to lose those clients. When Diana confronts Charlotte about this misinformation, Charlotte acts shocked and said that she never said any of that. She goes on to tell Diana that, as her friend, She recommends that she see a doctor because she's concerned Diana is having a nervous breakdown. Likely intention. Charlotte is intentionally trying to erode Diana's sanity. Consequence. If Diana doesn't realize that Charlotte is behind all of the chaos and confusion, Charlotte might continue toying with her to the point where Diana begins seeing a doctor for anxiety or depression. Things may even get so bad that Diana is unable to keep her job, or does end up having a nervous breakdown. Even if Diana realizes what Charlotte has been up to, she may feel suspicious and distrusting of others. Number 3, a person denies reality because they don't understand the reality of another. This type of unintentional gaslighting can happen with mental health clinicians or police. For example, Sharon is in an emotionally and psychologically abusive relationship, but doesn't realize it. She just thinks her relationship is complicated and fears she is to blame as her boyfriend continually has issues with her appearance, her hobbies and friends, and her opinions on most things. When he gets upset, he either yells or calls her names, or he gives her the silent treatment. When she brings up these issues with her therapist, she is told she is overly sensitive because her mother was hypercritical of her when she was a child. Another example would be if someone were being stalked by an ex, or if the ex was harassing them by coming to their work, leaving gifts on their doorstep, or continuing to call them from blocked numbers, and the police were to say that all of these signs are that the ex cares about them. Number 4, a person denies reality in order to ease their anxiety about it. This fourth form of gaslighting isn't what most people think of when they think of gaslighting or psychological abuse. However, out of all of the forms, this one is perhaps the most damaging because it is so common, seen as no big deal, and yet is so incredibly corrosive. In fact, it can be a major reason as to why people get and stay tangled up with manipulators to begin with. Example number 1. A child falls down and scrapes his elbow. His mother rushes over, kisses his elbow, and tells him that he's all better. Example number 2. A child wants to try a new food, and their older sibling tells them that they won't like it and convinces them to eat something else. Example number 3. A child is uncomfortable around a certain relative, and their grandparent tells them that they are being silly or difficult, and to go give that person a hug or sit on their lap. Possible intention. These intentions are usually good and are usually meant to either soothe the child, look out for them, or teach them manners. However, no matter how well-intended we might be, whenever we insist that someone's thoughts or feelings are wrong, we are separating them from their reality. Consequence. The result of a child having their reality denied is that they don't learn how to correctly interpret the messages their emotions are trying to send. Or if this kind of invalidation is chronic, the child disconnects from certain emotions, such as hurt, sadness, or anger, completely. As this child becomes an adult, they will most likely struggle with uncertainty and indecisiveness because they don't know how they feel or what they like or don't like. They often don't know when they are in emotional or physical pain, and in terms of relationships, they don't know when they are being mistreated or how to respond if they are. They are quick to assume that they are wrong and look to others for validation. Minimizing and invalidating. Minimizing and invalidating occur when the target's concerns are discounted or denied. This is usually done by blaming the target for being too sensitive, too emotional, unable to take a joke, twisting things around, looking for a fight, making a big deal out of nothing, being crazy, losing their hearing or memory, bringing up everything the target has ever done wrong, or accusing the target of bringing up these issues because the target has major issues with commitment. What can be confusing here is that some points may contain nuggets of truth. The target may have issues with trust, for example. However, that doesn't change the fact that the manipulator is acting in ways that are untrustworthy. Hoovering. Hoovering is a manipulation technique named after the Hoover vacuum, where the manipulator attempts to suck the target back into the relationship. The manipulator's attempts at reopening communication may seem harmless, such as them saying hello or happy birthday, or texting out of the blue. They may also claim that they are terminally ill, they're suicidal, or that they're going to be homeless and need a place to stay, and so on. Most normal, decent people that are on the receiving end of this kind of behavior tend to feel rude if they don't respond. Manipulators are relying on you to feel this way, so don't fall for it. Additionally, expect their failed attempts at communicating with you to escalate and to switch from sweet to mean or from mean to sweet. Remember, they are trying to bait or provoke you into responding. It's all a game to them, a game that they are trying to win. And don't mistake their persistence as anything other than this. And please know that cutting off communication isn't about punishing the manipulator. It's about taking the actions necessary to protect yourself. Intimidation. A manipulator can be intimidating in direct or indirect ways. It may be their tone of voice, certain words that they choose, or an icy chill when they walk into the room. They may be physically intimidating in other ways, such as towering over a person, shoving, standing too close, shouting, or stalking. Isolation. Isolation is the #1 tool in a manipulator's toolkit. Manipulation works best when the target doesn't have another person around who can validate or inform them that what they are experiencing is indeed problematic. The manipulator may create a you and me versus the world dynamic, where others don't understand how much the two of you have been through, when really it's the manipulator who has put you through so much. Separates the target from anyone who doesn't support them staying together. Pressure the target to spend less time with friends and family, especially if the target's support system sees how the target is being mistreated. Pressure you to spend all of your time with them or talking to them. Pressure you to move in with them or move to another city, state, or country to be with them. Pressure you to quit your job so that they know where you are at all times. If the manipulator is showering the target with attention and affection, the target may willingly and unknowingly isolate themselves from others by spending all of their time with the manipulator. The target may also distance themselves from their friends and family out of shame for how they're being treated, or friends and family may distance themselves from the target because they're frustrated and tired of spending time and energy supporting the target in their efforts to leave, only to have the target return a week later. Lying. Lying tends to go hand in hand with manipulation. The manipulator may play the victim, or they may come up with stories that are complete fabrications. When these lies find their way back to the target is usually shocked and confused as to how or why they could say such outrageous things. Love bombing. Love bombing is excessive communication, compliments, and future faking to lure a target into or back into a relationship. When this happens, the target may feel uneasy with all of this attention and affection, as though it is too much too soon. If the target mistakes this love bombing for sincere interest, it can lead them to falling hard and fast for the manipulator. Once this attention and affection dry up, the target does anything to get it back. Love bombing is something that is primarily associated with cults and online dating scammers, but it can happen with manipulators of any kind. This level of attention isn't sincere, it's sinister. What can seem like caring behavior at first soon shows itself to be controlling. It can feel intoxicating to feel so loved and accepted, especially if a person has been feeling lonely or unloved for any length of time. Mirroring. Mirroring, to an extent, is a normal thing that we all subconsciously do when we are trying to connect with another person. Mirroring is when we reflect, mirror, back elements of the people that we are around. However, a manipulator may intentionally mirror their target's style of dress, word usage, religion or spirituality, morals, values, hopes, dreams, and even fears as a way of connecting with the target and creating a false sense of security and soulmate type of connection. Those being mirrored may have a hard time walking away from and getting over a relationship with a manipulator because of this intense connection and not realizing that this connection was never real. Needling and baiting. Needling and baiting is when one person pokes or needles at another person's sensitive issues as a way of baiting them into an explosive reaction or an argument. The manipulator will then often sit back and either claim innocence or use the highly reactive behavior of their target as proof that the target is the one with the issues. This leaves the target wondering if they really are the problem. Projection. Projection is when one person projects their uncomfortable thoughts, feelings, or actions onto another to relieve their discomfort. Manipulators are notorious for doing this. Being accused of things you aren't doing is incredibly confusing and leaves the target questioning their recollection of events and their sanity. Manipulators commonly accuse their targets of cheating, lying, stealing, being abusive, being manipulative, and anything else the manipulator has done or is doing. When manipulators do this, watch out. They have now done the mental gymnastics necessary to make themselves the victim of you. And in their mind, any aggressive actions they now take are in self-defense. To be on the receiving end of this can be absolutely crazy-making, and the target may start going to great lengths to hold on to their sanity. They may start writing down or recording conversations, taking pictures of text messages, or taking screenshots of what they find online. However, no matter how much proof they have, the manipulator won't ever be fully accountable for their behavior. Put-downs disguised as jokes or brutal honesty. It's common for manipulators to grind away at a target's self-esteem any way they can. The use of put-downs, mean jokes, or brutal honesty is a common way they do this. The manipulator may make comments such as, "Your butt is the size of a barn," or "You are easily entertained." If the target gets upset, the manipulator then claims that they were just joking. And even if they are, if you tell someone that you don't like jokes like that and they keep it up, then they don't respect your boundaries, and this is a problem. Over time, these kinds of comments erode the target's self-esteem, making them more vulnerable to future and often more severe manipulation. Rushing intimacy. Manipulators move fast and rush intimacy by getting targets to share their deepest desires, fears, and insecurities to later use against them. They are quick to talk about love, getting engaged, getting married, and combining their lives. Because the soulmate connection established during the love bombing is enforced with the mirroring, and then further fueled with this rushed intimacy, targets often think they've found an amazing person. Subtle attacks. Subtle attacks are when seeds of jealousy or insecurity are planted within the target or others around the target. These attacks are done in such a way that the target and those around them don't see them for what they are. For example, if a manipulator is trying to smear their ex's reputation or instill uncertainty in the minds of others, they may say something such as, "I want to be civil about our divorce. I don't want to bring up her drinking or her untreated bipolar disorder." These attacks often have nothing to do with reality and paint the target as unstable. Another way the manipulator uses subtle attacks is in trying to cause the target to feel jealous or insecure. The manipulator may start flirting with others or tell the target about how others flirt with them. Even to a target who isn't normally jealous or insecure, being on the receiving end of these kinds of comments can put them on edge. Threatening. Threatening behavior is when a manipulator threatens a partner by going after their biggest fears, usually pulling away whatever safety the target is craving. Manipulators may threaten in both overt and covert ways to break up or file for divorce, not pay child support, not see their children, not give that promotion, not leave you alone, etc. The implication is made clear. Do what I want, or else. Triangulation or pot stirring. Triangulation is when there are 3 people involved in a 2-person situation. Manipulators are notorious for using triangulation to create chaos. This is done by the manipulator putting themselves in the middle and pitting 2 other people against each other by feeding each of them lies, half-truths, gossip, or private information about the other. The result of triangulation is division between the 2 people being pitted against each other, with fighting soon to follow. Example: you recently had a baby and are self-conscious about your body. Your partner knows this and is continually mentioning how attractive and in shape his new coworker is, and that maybe he could ask her for some pointers for you. Undermining. Undermining behavior is where the manipulator continually points out everything wrong with the target's ideas or decisions, and often includes withholding emotional support as a result. For example, if the target decides to get into real estate investing, the manipulator may talk about how terrible the real estate market is or how they will never succeed. If the target goes to college, the manipulator may criticize the choice of majors. Or perhaps the target may want to send the children to summer camp, but the manipulator will list everything wrong with the camp or why the children shouldn't go. The main theme is that whatever the target wants to do that the manipulator doesn't agree with, the manipulator will sabotage their efforts. The result is that the target loses faith in their decision-making abilities and instead turns to the manipulator for guidance. Violence. A manipulator may become violent or threaten violence in direct or indirect ways. They may start yelling, cussing, or being physically intimidating, such as throwing things at or around the target. They may also post indirect or direct threats on social media that are geared to either intimidate the target or rile up others to harassing or attacking the target as well. Virtue signaling. This is when a person posts online or goes to great lengths in person to point out how virtuous of a person they are. I heard a great quote the other day that beautifully sums up the concept of virtue signaling. If you want to feed the homeless, feed the homeless. If you want to post about how you fed the homeless on social media, then you are feeding your ego. Abusers and manipulators often love to virtue signal because it's an easy way for them to look like a good person. They may have a tattoo of their child's name or pictures of their child all over social media, but may rarely see them or pay child support. They may participate in walks against domestic violence, when the reality is they are physically abusive to their spouse. They may talk at great lengths about how they value commitment while they are cheating. The hypocrisy can be jaw-dropping. Wearing down the target. When a manipulator attempts to wear down their target, it's usually because they want to have the last word in an argument, or they want to exhaust the efforts of the target. For example, the manipulator might try to wear down the target's boundaries, patience, or finances, such as continually dragging the target to court for frivolous matters, causing the target to take time off work or to pay for child care and/or legal expenses. The manipulator may launch into a lengthy argument in defense of their behavior that is generally repetitive, circular, veers off track, lacks any sense of sincere accountability or resolution, and shifts to focus on everything wrong with the target. The result is that the target winds up being frustrated, worn out, and sorry they ever brought up any issues in the first place. A more overt form of wearing down a target happens within cults and high-pressure sales pitches. Both groups will often keep people in a room for long periods of time, denying them the use of the bathroom, food, sleep, and access to others who weren't in support of them enrolling. This pressure is cloaked in such a way that other people who don't agree with their beliefs or sales pitch are painted as an ignorant or negative force that's holding them back. In reality, The target's vulnerabilities are being exploited as they are continually being fed a seduction story of how great their life will be once they join. If the target has questions or wants to leave, they are often shamed, threatened with abandonment, as is the case of cults who disown former members, or pressured into meeting with higher-ranking members who are able to convince them to stay. Weasel wording, or use of euphemisms. Weasel wording is when a manipulator chooses their words very carefully, often to either soften or deny the reality of a situation. For example, a manipulator may claim that they would never abuse or cheat on their partner, but this isn't the same thing as saying that they haven't ever abused or cheated on their partner. Shifting the focus from past events to what might happen in the future absolves them of guilt and accountability. Another spin is to be very selective about the meaning of one word. For example, they may say that they never had a relationship with a certain person, even though they've had sex with them. What really may have happened is that they had sex with that person, but in their mind it wasn't a relationship. So they spin things to where they feel like they've answered honestly. When manipulators answer in such a selective way, the target can feel like they're trying to drag the truth out of them, because they are. And then it's the target who becomes exhausted with attempting to select the exact right words in order to get to the truth. Of course, the manipulator may play dumb and act as though the target is the one with poor communication, and that they would have answered the question differently had the target been more clear. Make no mistake, if you were to answer their questions in this way, they'd be infuriated, because a manipulator does not feel that you are entitled to treat them as they treat you. Withholding. Manipulators may withhold important information, affection, attention, or communication. The manipulator may withhold certain important information, such as phone messages, days and times of important appointments, important health information that their partner needs to know, such as sexually transmitted infections, and so on. They may make statements such as, "There's nothing for me to say," "You don't deserve to know," or "You never asked." Chapter 9. Understanding Crazy-Making Conversations. The previous chapter covered common manipulative and abusive behavior. However, it's also important to understand why so many of the conversations that go along with these behaviors are so confusing and crazy-making. One of the main reasons conversations with narcissists and many other manipulators are so infuriating is because their communication, especially their justifications for their behavior, tends to be irrational and illogical. This is because it's a reflection and expression of their worldview and emotional immaturity. Odds are you've had conversations with a manipulator where they've said something so nonsensical or outrageous that your jaw literally dropped open. You may have been left wondering how their thinking could possibly be so skewed, let alone how they could say something so wildly problematic out loud and think that what they are saying would sound reasonable to anyone else. Or you may have been left feeling that the failure to understand is yours, that you can't communicate effectively for some reason. Perhaps you may feel that you really are the difficult one, or if you've been in an emotionally or psychologically abusive relationship before, that you misinterpret everything they say due to your past unresolved issues. This is especially the case if your past abuse was more overt, such as name-calling and yelling, whereas this person is being passive-aggressive by using sarcasm, a condescending tone of voice, hurtful jokes, or other such subtle slights that they could easily deny and put back on you for being too sensitive. When people are being manipulative, they usually attempt to justify their behavior, avoid the truth, or shirk accountability by blaming others. These attempts often result in what's known as word salad, which is a series of responses all tossed together that don't seem to make any sense and only serve to further derail the conversation. In order to better understand word salad, it can help to get familiar with the concept of logical fallacies. The term logical fallacy means false logic, or an error in reasoning, and is the foundation of philosophy and critical thinking. These errors in reasoning aren't always intentional or meant to be manipulative. Any of us can fall into making them or being persuaded by them. However, when faulty reasoning is being used, a logical conclusion is difficult to reach. What makes for an error in thinking is that the premise of what someone is asserting doesn't support or line up with the conclusion that they are reaching. This is known in philosophy as a non sequitur, which is Latin for "it does not follow." The result of this is a derailed conversation. Conversations with manipulators tend to get really crazy making when they start using a combination of logical fallacies. This is often why a target struggles with pinpointing what happened and why their dynamic with this person is so confusing. Becoming familiar with common logical fallacies will help you understand why certain conversations are so maddening and give you the validation needed that the issue isn't with you or your communication. Additionally, you will also be able to strengthen how you analyze information, especially when it comes to telling the difference between solid reasoning or advice and unsound reasoning or well-intended bad advice. This chapter only covers some of the main errors in reasoning used by both manipulators and their targets that I've most frequently observed. A more complete list with examples can be found on my website at www.thriveafterabuse.com/crazymakingconversations. The following list and the concept of logical fallacies in general might seem complex, and in many ways they are. The goal of this chapter is to simply give an overview of breakdowns in communication. The 9 frequently used errors in reasoning, or logical fallacies. Number 1, the Pollyanna principle. This error in reasoning is made when a person thinks that others have the same morals and motivations that they do. A twist on this line of thinking is that if other people don't have the same morals and motivations that you do, that they would, if only they have or had the same set of circumstances. The Pollyanna principle is one that targets of manipulators often make. This fallacy contributes to crazy-making conversations in that the target assumes that the manipulator's communication is sincere, mature, and an attempt to keep a good relationship going, not realizing that the manipulator is, consciously or unconsciously, trying to get and keep control by shifting the conversation off course in some way. Some of the faulty thinking that stems from the Pollyanna principle is, other people will treat me like I treat them. If I do good things will happen to me. Surely they didn't mean to say or do such a hurtful thing. They can't intentionally be trying to start an argument because I can't see any reason for us to argue. This is faulty thinking because not everyone has the same set of morals and motivations that you do. And if a person has malicious intentions toward you, then it's important you see their behavior for what it is, and not through the lens of your own understanding of how people should or will behave. The Pollyanna principle is what drives the thoughts and actions of many normal, decent people who stay with or support manipulative people. The only way that you can appropriately and effectively treat others as the individuals that they are is to see them as such, and to not see them as a broken version of you. Fully understanding this may just save your life someday. Number 2, appeal to ignorance. This fallacy is used when someone bases the validity of a statement based on a lack of evidence. The thinking is that something must be true because there is no evidence proving otherwise. The thinking behind this is that if you can't prove it, then it didn't happen. Examples. Sarah's boyfriend tells her that she can't prove he was cheating, therefore he didn't cheat. No one has ever caught Tina stealing, therefore she can be trusted. O.J. Simpson was found not guilty of killing Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman. This means he didn't do it. Just because Sarah can't prove her boyfriend cheated doesn't mean he didn't cheat. It just means that Sarah isn't able to prove it. And while no one has ever caught Tina stealing, doesn't mean that she can be trusted. It just means that no one has ever caught her stealing. Not to mention that there are numerous other things that she could do besides steal that would make her untrustworthy. Additionally, Just because O.J. Simpson was found not guilty in criminal court doesn't necessarily mean he didn't murder Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman. It meant there wasn't enough evidence for a jury to find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt based on the evidence presented. And O.J. Simpson was later found guilty of these two murders in civil court. Number 3, appeal to hypocrisy. This fallacy is when a person shifts the focus onto the other person's wrongdoings as a way to defend their own behavior. This might be best understood as, your wrongdoings absolve me of my wrongdoings. Example: Paul gets pulled over by the police for driving under the influence of alcohol. When his father finds out, he begins to tell Paul about the dangers of drinking and driving. Paul tells his father that he can't tell him not to drink and drive when his father has also been in trouble for driving under the influence. While his father's behavior is hypocritical and annoying to Paul, just because his father drinks and drives doesn't make Paul's drinking and driving okay. Additionally, the dangers of drinking and driving that his father brings up are still valid. A broader application of this fallacy would be, I did this because you did that, or that two wrongs should make a right. A lot of passive-aggressive and aggressive behavior falls into this category. An example of this fallacy as it pertains to passive-aggressive behavior would be if a person was promised a raise but never given one, and then feels justified for not clocking out for lunches or saying that they worked more hours than they did as a way to get paid more. In terms of abusive behavior, this fallacy is used to support the justification, look at what you made me do. Here's an example. Sonia forgot to take her car in for an oil change, and now the light is on. When her father finds out, he yells at her, telling her that she is stupid and incapable of being responsible. She begins to cry, at which point her father gets upset and says that she only has herself to blame, that he doesn't like having to yell and call her names, but because she forgot to get her oil changed, he had no choice but to yell and insult her. The reality is that her mistake doesn't justify her father's abusive behavior. While he might have been upset with her, there are many other ways he could address the situation without becoming abusive. The other way that this error in reasoning is used by those with abusive behavior is by thinking that the target can't hold the abuser accountable for their problematic behavior if the target has ever done anything either real or perceived the abuser has ever had a problem with. When a person has this train of thinking, situations can escalate quickly and without warning, because while the abuser may think they've been wronged, they haven't. This injustice only occurred in their mind. This is due to their distorted worldview, which dictates that they are right and everyone else is wrong. The result of this thinking is that they expect other people to think, feel, and act a certain way, and if they don't, then they are justified in abusing them. Targets frequently attempt to do better and be more of what the abuser wants in order to avoid being punished in some way. However, this never works for long, as the abuser's expectations are ever shifting, and they expect targets to read the abuser's mind, and therefore to somehow know when they've done something that is not okay with the abuser. Even if the target was given a list of things to do and not do and could follow it perfectly, and this stopped the abuse, which it still wouldn't, the result would be that they would have lost much of what makes them an individual in their efforts to appease the abuser. Examples. Betty comes home with a new haircut. Her husband flies into a rage, accusing her of trying to make herself look more attractive for other men. Betty's husband feels entitled to lash out at her because in his mind, she's trying to get the attention of other men. This kind of thinking and behaving is common for abusive people, as they expect the target to always act in a way they see fit. And if the target doesn't, the abuser takes this as a personal attack when it's not. It's simply the target being an individual. Sasha and Ryan are dating. He finds out she's cheating on him. When he confronts her, she says that he can't get mad at her for cheating on him because he's gained weight. Number 4, blaming the victim. This is when the abuser blames the victim or target for being abused or for actions the abuser takes. In terms of manipulation, this strategy is often used to hold a victim or target emotionally hostage. Examples: if you don't get back together with me, I'm going to kill myself, and it will be all your fault. You forgot to buy cat food at the store. That's why I yelled at you. I told you that I would kill you if you ever tried to leave me. You tried to leave me and I beat you up. And now I have to go to prison for what you made me do? This is all your fault. You ruined my life. Number 5, appeal to emotion. This is when someone manipulates the emotions of another to get their way. Some of the emotions most commonly appealed to are guilt, pity, fear, and anger. This error in reasoning is different from blaming the victim, in that blaming someone else for the actions of another, or the abuser, is the issue, whereas with an appeal to emotion, a person isn't necessarily blaming them, but they are attempting to make them feel a certain way. Many manipulators know that if they get loud or otherwise become aggressive, those around them who don't like conflict will tend to fall in line. This is so effective that many trial lawyers are taught this rule. If you have the facts, pound on the facts. If you have the law, pound on the law. If you don't have either, pound on the table. Using aggression is a way to seize control of a situation by knocking others off center, as well as intimidating others into complying. Examples: if you loved me, you would give me another chance. I know you have a restraining order against me, but I just found out I have cancer. I need to talk to you. A wife files for divorce from her abusive husband, and he responds by telling her that she's selfish and needs to think about the children. Number 6, continuum fallacy. This fallacy comes from the thinking that if two things exist on a continuum, then there is no definable point at which these two things meet. Then these two things are the same. For example, since human behavior exists on a continuum ranging from functional to profoundly dysfunctional, and we all have behaviors peppered along this continuum, then no one's behavior is better or worse than someone else's. While it may be true that behavior is never 100% functional or dysfunctional, there are still behaviors that are more functional or dysfunctional than others. The phrase, "no one is perfect," is often a reflection of the continuum fallacy. Since no one's behavior is 100% bad or good, then we shouldn't have an issue with someone's behavior because we aren't perfect either. Example: Zoe confronts Logan about several lies that she's caught him in. He gets upset, tells her she's crazy, and then breaks up with her. Zoe is upset, but she realizes this is for the best and that she needs to move on. Later that night, Logan starts texting her saying that he'll forgive her for accusing him of lying. He goes on to gaslight her and plant seeds of insecurity by saying that he loves her even if she is crazy and jealous. Zoe says that she is done and tells Logan to not call her anymore. Logan gets upset and begins pointing out all of the mistakes Zoe has made, as well as telling her that she thinks she's better than him, but she shouldn't, as her nose is big and her new haircut looks stupid and she's out of shape, so she's not as perfect as she thinks. Zoe doesn't fall for this and tells Logan again that she doesn't want to see him anymore and to leave her alone. She then hangs up the phone and blocks Logan's number. While no one is perfect, this doesn't mean that all behavior needs to be tolerated. We can still be imperfect people and have boundaries and deal breakers. Number 7, appeal to intuition. This is where someone uses their intuition as a measure of whether something is true or not. Example number 1. Susie files a report with Diana, the head of the human resources department of her company, claiming that her boss, Brian, is sexually harassing her. After Susie leaves, Diana shreds the report because she's never had a bad feeling from Brian, and therefore he couldn't be sexually harassing Susie. This is an error in thinking because Diana is substituting her intuition about Brian as truth, instead of realizing that this is her subjective experience with him and not proof of his behavior towards others. Example number 2. Lisa doesn't want to go on a second date with Ted because she has an unsettling feeling about him. The reason Lisa's instincts or intuition are not an error in reasoning in this situation is because she's not asserting that her instincts about Ted are the truth. She doesn't want to go on a date with Ted because there's something about him that makes her feel uncomfortable. And feeling uncomfortable around someone is a valid reason to not go on another date. If Lisa were to say that she doesn't want to go on a second date with Ted because her instincts tell her that he's a serial killer, then this would be more debatable, as we don't know if Ted is in fact a serial killer. However, it's still okay for Lisa to not want to go on a second date with him. Number 8, hasty generalization. This is when a large generalization is made based on a small amount of information. Example number 1. The last 3 men I dated all cheated on me. Therefore, all men are cheaters. Example number 2. Every friend I've ever had that's betrayed my trust has been a Scorpio. Therefore, all Scorpios are manipulative and can't be trusted. Example number 3. All blondes have more fun, all brunettes are serious, and all redheads are nothing but trouble. In all 3 of these examples, a generalization is based on a small amount of information. Targets of abuse commonly fall into this error in thinking when they go about trying to avoid manipulators. When a person doesn't see problematic behavior as the problem, they are prone to linking up all kinds of incorrect cause and effect and making hasty generalizations like the ones listed above. Number 9, red herring. Historically, a red herring was a strong-smelling fish that was used by hunters or criminals to throw bloodhounds off of their scent. The term is now used to describe when someone attempts to distract from the topic at hand, resulting in the conversation going completely off track. Example: John comes home from the bar at 4 in the morning. Sandra, his wife, gets upset and asks him why he's home so late. John responds that Sandra came home late last night, and so she has no right to be upset. This is an appeal to hypocrisy. Sandra replies that she came home at 7 in the evening, not at 4 in the morning, and that the reason she came home late was because she had a meeting that ran over. John says that he doesn't know that for certain, and that maybe Sandra is actually cheating on him. Confused by John's insinuation that she might be cheating, she begins to defend herself, and now the topic is focused on Sandra. Remember, if a manipulator is looking to avoid accountability or get their way, they aren't looking to work with facts or to be held accountable. When a person is engaging in illogical thinking, attempts to stay logical and keep the conversation on topic usually results in annoying them and frustrating yourself. Additionally, if you point out to a manipulator how they are being irrational, they may take this as an attack and become even more aggressive or violent. Chapter 10. The different levels of manipulative behavior. Learning about the common methods of manipulation often brings about the first few rays of light to pierce through the confusion. Becoming aware of the different categories of manipulative behavior and the various ways it comes across lifts that fog even more. Manipulative behavior tends to fall within 3 main categories: crazy-making, destructive, and dangerous. Crazy-making behavior. Crazy-making behavior is behavior that can result in even the calmest person losing their cool and behaving in ways they normally don't. What makes crazy-making behavior so enraging and exhausting is that it's immature, illogical, irrational, and stays that way. There isn't anything a target can say or do to bring about a mature, logical, rational, or solutions-oriented discussion. Crazy-making behavior often involves continual blame shifting, the attacker making themselves into the victim, denial of facts, gaslighting, disengaging from communication or refusing to address the issue at hand, stonewalling, deflection of the issue at hand, usually by focusing on things other people or you have done wrong, outrageous lies and accusations, an unwarranted sense of righteousness or anger on the crazy maker's end, a lack of accountability, a frustrating and infuriating level of selfishness immaturity, and cruel indifference. Hypocritical behavior. All expectations are a one-way street. They expect you to treat them with loyalty, honesty, and respect, but don't see why they should treat you or others the same way. Destructive behavior. I'm using the term destructive behavior to refer to relationship-destroying behavior, not to physically destructive behavior. Physically aggressive behavior is covered in the next section. Relationship-destroying behavior involves the immaturity and lack of accountability that is found in crazy making, but also includes major breaches of trust. Some examples of relationship-destroying behavior are history of financially exploitative actions. For example, stealing, intentionally mismanaging household funds, opening up credit cards, utility bills, or taking on debt that another person is responsible for without their knowledge or approval. History of emotionally unsafe actions, such as threatening to end the relationship as punishment. For example, a pattern of breaking up or threatening divorce whenever they don't get their way. The result is that the target never knows how stable the relationship is, treads lightly in order to avoid causing any upset, and feels perpetually anxious. Ending the relationship seemingly out of nowhere. This is usually done as either a punishment or if they want to cheat and are trying to absolve themselves of any guilt for doing so. When this happens, the target doesn't usually find out until later that they've had sex with someone else, and once this is discovered, the manipulator will say that they were broken up at the time. Ongoing, squirrely behavior. For example, a person acting in a suspicious way, such as hiding their phone, giving vague answers, befriending sexy strangers on social media, disappearing for hours on end and refusing to say where they went, or shutting down any attempts at discussing their concerning behavior. This kind of behavior creates a break in trust, as it should. People who sincerely want to be in a relationship don't have squirrely behavior. If they happen to do something that their partner has an issue with, they are open to discussing it and working towards a resolution. Targets may think that because they don't have concrete proof that anything is going on, that if they broke up over this, that they'd be overreacting. This is untrue. A fulfilling relationship requires honesty, trust, emotional safety, and true intimacy. If any one of these are missing, there is no deep relationship possible. Cheating. When a person cheats, all trust and connection are destroyed. If any relationship is possible after this, then it is up to the person who cheated to do the work of repairing the relationship and proving that they can be trusted. This will take years, if not decades. History of using your past against you. For example, deeply personal things that you have told them are later used against you when they are angry. Them getting angry isn't the same thing as a fight between two people. When two people in a relationship fight, there is a more legitimate cause, and both people are angry and upset. Manipulators and targets don't often get into a fight. It's more that the manipulator becomes angry or manufactures an upset as an excuse to lash out or punish their target, and all the target can do is try and diffuse things. Erratic and emotionally hurtful behavior. Their behavior may run hot and cold, as though they have a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde type of personality. When the hurtful Mr. Hyde side comes out, their actions show that they don't have good intentions, let alone your best intentions, in mind. Dangerous behavior. Dangerous behavior often includes crazy-making and relationship-busting behavior. However, due to intimidation and aggression, their behavior is now at a whole new and dangerous level. Those with dangerous behavior often have a quick temper, escalate quickly, and have a pattern of reacting in an aggressive, violent, erratic, or impulsive way when they want something, are disagreed with, or challenged, when they don't get their way, or if they want to punish the target for some perceived injustice. This kind of behavior needs to be taken seriously. Regardless of whether or not this is normal behavior for them, or if you've experienced worse from someone else. A person who sees no problem with their aggressive or violent behavior and who lacks respect for the rights of others is dangerous. I can't stress this last point enough. It's very common for those with an aggressive person in their lives to get so used to explosive outbursts that their ability to discern when they are in harm's way becomes skewed. The result is that they don't realize how dangerous this situation is or when to move themselves to safety. These are the kinds of dynamics that often end in murder or murder-suicide. Some examples of dangerous and deadly behavior include aggressive, violent, sadistic, or deadly behavior towards animals, you, or others. Use of fear, intimidation, or violence to get you to comply, often threatening to hurt you or those you care about. A history of restraining orders or jail time for domestic violence, stalking, or violent crimes. A history of behavior that shows a jaw-dropping lack of remorse, respect, or empathy towards others. A disregard for rules, laws, restraining orders, or boundaries of others. A lack of sincere accountability or insight into their behavior. An attitude of entitlement. They don't see a problem with stalking, hurting, or harassing you or others. Possessive, controlling, or jealous behavior. They may have made it clear through actions or words that you will always belong to them, or that they will hurt or kill whomever you date. You feel unsafe or fearful around them. They may have given you a look, or you're left with the feeling that they are dark, evil, not human, or capable of murder. Feelings of intimidation and fear are not normal emotions to experience in a relationship. They are a major warning sign that you need to take protective action immediately. Part 2. Understanding the hooks that have you. Chapter 11. The 3 main ways manipulation happens. Manipulation at any end of the spectrum tends to happen in 3 main ways: as a hit and run, hot and cold, or slow and steady. Understanding how each of these types of manipulation can come across can help you to better see this behavior for what it is. The hit and run. Some manipulators, such as bullies, pickpockets, and emotional or physical abusers, tend to have a hit and run approach. While each type of manipulation is different, the common ground is that this approach involves sudden and confusing behavior. The bully often uses the hit-and-run approach to get in a few well-placed comments that cut to the bone in order to effectively knock their target down, or they become aggressive when something happens they don't like. Pickpockets and many scam artists looking for a fast way to get money use the hit-and-run approach. When they strike fast and hard, and leave the target reeling from what just happened. When an emotionally or physically abusive person uses the hit-and-run approach, it's either because they want to get their way or because they feel entitled to punish their target for some real or imagined transgression. Some examples of the hit and run would be: a woman is on vacation abroad where a good-looking man at a coffee shop approaches her. He flirts with her for half an hour and then he says he has to leave. Shortly after, she goes to pay for her drink and realizes that her money and passport have been stolen out of her purse. A college student asks a question in class and is told by the professor that his question is stupid and something a child would ask. A pickpocket bumps into a woman on a train to distract her so he can steal her watch. A woman and her boyfriend are having dinner when her boyfriend becomes argumentative over little things. No matter what she says, he shifts the argument to a new topic. It's as though he's trying to provoke a fight, which he is. He then breaks up with her. Over the next week, she's spent numerous hours replaying that night, trying to figure out where things went off track and why. He contacts her that Monday and is back to being the reasonable man that she knows. Several months later, she finds out from a stranger online that he had cheated on her when they were broken up. She confronts him, but in his mind, he justifies it as they weren't dating. Hot and cold. This is where everything may be fine one moment, and then suddenly things take a sharp turn. This is usually caused by the target disagreeing with the manipulator or behaving in a way that the manipulator disapproves of. If things take a sharp turn out of the blue, it may be because the manipulator is sadistic and therefore enjoys making the target uncomfortable simply because it's fun to watch them squirm. Many abusive relationships fall into the hot and cold category. When it comes to dating, these types of manipulators begin relationships by heavily pursuing their love interest. However, if the objects of their desire act in any way that the manipulator doesn't approve of, their demeanor quickly becomes cold or cruel. When this happens, the target may think that if they could figure out what sets the manipulator off, that they would be able to maintain peace in their relationship. But they are sadly mistaken. The line for what upsets the abuser is always shifting depending upon their mood. Neither of these things are predictable. What upsets them one day won't another, and the result is that the target is continually uncertain and anxious about how to behave in fear of unintentionally setting them off. Slow and steady. The slow and steady manipulators take their time building relationships and are often difficult to identify. The manipulators that move slow and steady are the ones with whom we tend to have ongoing contact with in our lives, and they are the ones that we may have the most trouble breaking free from. We may not even be aware that these people are manipulating us, as their tactics may be cloaked in concern, or their problematic behavior has been ongoing long enough that we view it as normal. When the slow and steady approach is used with the intention of exploiting a target for money, this is referred to as a con job. The term con is also very telling. It's short for confidence, which is what these types of manipulators know they need to cultivate in order to better exploit the target down the road. Once confidence is established, a boundary is pushed, a request for money is made, confusion from the target ensues, more manipulation aimed at reassuring the target happens, exploitation occurs, the target is drained of their funds and then discarded. If a con job like this is run under the guise of a serious relationship, the target is left both emotionally and financially devastated. Keep in mind that because there is no one set type of manipulator, there is no one set game. The game is ever changing based on what the manipulator thinks will work best on their target. Some examples of the slow and steady approach. Jane meets Thomas online. He tells her that he is in the military and currently deployed overseas, but will return in a few weeks. Jane may not realize it, but subconsciously she may be placing more trust in Thomas than she realizes, as people generally trust those in the military, police, or helping professions. Thomas is handsome, charming, and quick to make her his whole world, and since Jane hasn't felt this loved or important in a long time, she quickly makes Thomas her whole world as well. Soon they are spending hours upon hours every day talking and texting. When it comes time for Thomas to return to the US, he claims that he would like to get a hotel near her so that they could spend the next week together, and Jane agrees. Several days later, Thomas messages Jane telling her that there is a hold on his credit card, and he thinks it must be because he's been overseas for so long. Jane is hesitant to wire Thomas funds as she's heard about online scammers, but she's also eager to meet Thomas and to spend time together. Thomas promises to pay her back as soon as he's in town, and she believes this since he's in the military and seems so charming and sincere, and feels that she's in a serious relationship with him. She wires him $5,000 because in her mind, she's not giving money to a stranger she's never met. She's giving money to a man she feels is the love of her life and her soon-to-be husband. Over the next few weeks, Thomas messages her with one excuse after another as to why he's missed the plane and why he needs more money. Jane loans him a total of over $40,000 before Thomas quits returning her messages. Once she tells Thomas that she has no more money to lend him, Thomas stops messaging her. Reality comes crashing down on Jane as she realizes that she's been caught up in a scam. Here is another common variation of the slow and steady approach and how it can set the stage for relationship problems later in life. Jackie was raised in a home with a difficult, demanding, and overbearing mother, and a non-confrontational and avoidant father. Her mother had no respect for anyone else's time, energy, emotions, or boundaries, yet she expected others to be there for her unconditionally and without question. If anyone were to challenge, question, or dare to say no to her, she'd fly into a rage, often accusing them of being selfish. Jackie learned at a young age that her mother's love was conditional and something that she needed to try and earn. It took Jackie years of therapy for her to realize how her dynamic with her mother had bled over into other relationships in her life, leaving her with many hurtful or failed friendships and relationships as a result. Jackie realized that she didn't know how to give or receive love in healthy ways. She continually mistook being yelled at or controlled as proof that someone cared about her. If someone were to be kind and loving, she felt as though it was insincere. Jackie only felt comfortable in dynamics where she has to try and earn someone's love, which, of course, never happened and only left her with more pain. Commonly used phrases of the slow and steady. No one understands me like you do. I've done so much for you. I can't believe you are so selfish. I need you. A real friend would loan me money. Family is forever. I can't believe you'd cut off contact with me. You aren't perfect either. Who are you to judge? The commonalities between the different approaches are that all three come with confusion and a hook, whether or not that hook is seen for what it is. While the tactics, desired outcome, and level of self-awareness the manipulator has are all different, the driving force is the same: control over the target with the desire to win at all cost. Chapter 12. Signs you are being manipulated. If you are struggling to determine whether or not you are being manipulated, then hopefully this chapter will help to remove any lingering confusion. Manipulators may threaten or imply that they will make your life difficult if you don't do what they want, constantly threaten to end the relationship if you assert yourself, disagree with them, set a boundary, or don't give in to their demands, push for more no matter how much you give, and act as if you are selfish or inconsiderate if you say no. Assume and expect that you will give in and label you as selfish, bad, greedy, unfeeling, manipulative, abusive, or uncaring when you don't. Regularly ignore or discount your feelings and wants. Make lavish promises contingent on your behavior and then rarely keep them. Shower you with approval or false promises when you give in to them and then take them away when you don't. Use money, fear, love, guilt, sex, or obligation as a weapon to get their way. They see no problem with cussing, yelling, cheating, lying, not paying you back, and so on, but would be outraged if you did the same to them. Have no respect for your boundaries, but insist that you respect theirs. Signs you are in a relationship with a manipulative person. What I describe below is primarily in regards to a romantic relationship. However, some version of these dynamics is common with any manipulator. You can't tell if this person is wonderful or a total nightmare. You don't want to disagree or confront them out of fear that they will make your life a living hell in some way. Your relationship with them can go from fine to confusing and complicated quickly, without your knowing why. You periodically feel picked on or provoked, like they are trying to insult you or start a fight. You can't seem to have an easy or enjoyable conversation with them with any degree of regularity. They seem to continually misunderstand what you say. With anyone else in your life, confusion like this could easily be cleared up with a short conversation, and you can't figure out why this isn't the case with them. You notice concerning personality changes within yourself. You become suspicious of their intentions and behavior and wonder if they are being honest with you. They make subtle comments cloaked in concern that any issue you have with them is because you are jealous, paranoid, insecure, or losing your mind, and that you need help. You don't have this kind of complicated dynamic with others. They tell you that you have traits that no one, except other problematic people you've encountered, has ever accused you of before, such as being controlling, selfish, rude, impatient, jealous, needy, difficult, narcissistic, or abusive. What's confusing is that you feel that these traits better describe their behavior rather than yours. They accuse you of lying, cheating, or stealing from them when you haven't. You hope that if you can please them enough, that eventually you'll earn their respect, love, or even just decent treatment. You feel ground down and as though this relationship has really aged you. You feel defeated. Nothing you do is ever good enough, and they continually point out something else about you that is wrong. You are embarrassed or ashamed about how they treat you, and have left out major details such as verbal or physical abuse when talking to friends, family, or your therapist about problems in your relationship. You justify their mistreatment of you, but feel the final straw would be if they started treating your children the same way. You don't want to leave, because when things are good, they're really good. You are doing things against your morals or values to keep them happy. Their behavior never really changes. They just get better at hiding what they are doing. They make their issues of lying, cheating, stealing, or abusing somehow your fault. And so you start working harder to fix this relationship. You are frustrated as to why you can't seem to get through to them that their behavior is a problem, and often wonder what it would really take. You don't trust your perception of events and start turning towards others, usually the manipulator, to tell you what is and isn't a problem. You are fearful that the relationship issues are your fault, and that you somehow unknowingly sabotaged what could have been a wonderful relationship. You fear them living happily ever after with someone else, even though they were awful to you. If you do see pictures of them on social media with a new love interest, you see this as proof that you were in fact the problem, and now someone else is getting to live your dream life with them. Because so much confusion is present and ongoing rationalizations are given, it can be next to impossible to see a manipulative relationship for what it is while it's unfolding. So let me be clear. Any one of the points listed above is a problem. None of this behavior is found in a healthy relationship. Chapter 13. Understanding Trauma Bonds. One of the most confusing and frustrating parts about manipulators is how and why they seem to have such a hold on their targets. Cult members will follow their leader to the bitter end. Sex workers defend their pimps. And partners of abusive people keep going back. So why is this? There are multiple factors at work that contribute to making those on the receiving end feel so dependent upon and addicted to their manipulator. These trauma bonds are the result of 7 different psychological and behavioral components: intermittent reinforcement, positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, grooming, persistence, future faking, and Stockholm Syndrome. Trauma bonding. Trauma bonding is a term that refers to the strong emotional attachment or bond of an abused person to their abuser. These bonds are forged through the emotional highs and lows of anxiety-inducing situations. Manipulators create tension when they want to get their way, for fun, or to punish their target. Any small act of perceived kindness from a manipulator is a relief, and that everything will be fine. Because abusive people are generally not overtly or extremely abusive 100% of the time, the target clings to the moments of the good times as proof that everything is going to be okay. One way the target attempts to cope with all of the mental anguish that their partner's bad behavior brings is to shift their thinking from me to we. This way, the stress, abuse, in the dynamic isn't something that happens to them alone. Instead, it is a shared experience that they survive together. The target feels that they and the abusive person are going through so much together, instead of seeing it as being put through so much by this person. This new mindset is often fed by the manipulator, who may claim that going through so much together is what commitment is all about, and that it makes a relationship stronger. Of course, this expectation and understanding is only how the abuser views their behavior. If the target were to treat the abuser the same way, they would have left. Because of the abuser's inability to see themselves as anything other than right, if the target wants out, the abuser is outraged and will exclaim that the target is the one who isn't invested in the relationship. Never mind that the target is leaving because the manipulator has been the one with no shortage of relationship-destroying behavior. If a target buys into the manipulation, a deeper, more dysfunctional bond is created, as now there are 3 people in the relationship: the Mr. Hyde side of the abuser, the target, and the Dr. Jekyll side of the abuser. The problem is that there really is no third person. The abusive person and both sides of their behavior are one and the same. If the target doesn't realize that they are in an abusive relationship, they may go to great lengths to appease the abuser in an effort to keep the relationship going. The reason is that the target feels addicted to the abuser and is desperate to make this relationship work. The thought process is that while the abuser is the one who causes the pain, only the abuser can take it away. So while this relationship is destroying them, they can't imagine living without it. What's sad is that so many of us have confused these intense cravings or unhinged neediness for love. They aren't. They are the result of trauma bonds. Love doesn't hurt, and it doesn't destroy, and it doesn't require that you sacrifice your dignity or self-respect for it. When the target starts confusing abuse for love, they are sent on an emotional roller coaster ride through hell. The low times are full of stress and fear of their partner hurting or leaving them. When stress and fear are present, cortisol and the chemicals that compose adrenaline, norepinephrine and epinephrine, are released. The result is chronic feelings of anxiety, which lead to feelings of desperation to make things work and an unhinged neediness. These feelings are deactivated or calmed by the pressure being taken off and things returning to some degree of normal. When the target has the reassurance that the relationship will continue, they get a rush of dopamine, which is a feel-good chemical, and oxytocin, which is a chemical that facilitates both attachment and bonding. These extreme ups and downs, coupled with any abandonment issues the target may have, create extreme cravings and dependency. When this manipulationship ends, the target may feel addicted to this abusive person and wonder what is wrong with them for still missing or loving them. Additionally, any relationship that the target has after this that doesn't involve highs and lows can feel numb or flat. If the target is not aware that they were abused, which is often the case if they weren't beaten repeatedly, they may struggle with wondering if the ending of this relationship was their fault, or if they lost their soulmate. And they may worry that they'll never feel this way about anyone again. Because of the intensity of the trauma bonds, the target may also leave this relationship, but then, unbeknownst to them, be primed for abuse if they are still confusing these intense, soul-crushing feelings for love and drawn to new relationships that feel the same. Intermittent reinforcement. There are 2 main ways that behavior is shaped: through continuous reinforcement or through intermittent reinforcement. Continuous reinforcement is when behavior is reinforced, meaning rewarded or punished, in a continuous or predictable way. For example, if you are toilet training a young child and every time he uses the toilet you lavish praise on him, the child learns to associate that going to the bathroom is a good thing and makes mom or dad happy. You are shaping the child's behavior by continually reinforcing that using the toilet is a good thing. When expectations and outcomes are clearly understood, we know what is expected of us. This level of predictability allows for a feeling of safety and comfort for those on the receiving end of this. Intermittent reinforcement is when behavior is rewarded or punished in an erratic way. Let's take the same example of toilet training a child. If you were to act in an unpredictable way, such as congratulate your child some of the time he used the toilet and completely ignore him other times, or if you were to yell at him to hurry up, the child is going to struggle connecting what he needs to do in order to get your approval and to stay out of trouble. The result of unpredictable reward and punishment, or intermittently reinforced behavior, is anxiety, depression, and feelings of hopelessness and helplessness, because their actions may or may not lead them to the desired outcome. When a person is on the receiving end of having their behavior intermittently reinforced, at first, they often double up their efforts to appease the other person in an attempt to get the tension, icy presence, ignoring, or abuse to stop. However, if this doesn't work, the target tends to give up and may become quiet and withdrawn around the person who is impossible to please. For example, let's say Chloe has an overbearing and critical mother. In order to avoid being belittled or berated, Chloe always makes sure that she looks and acts in a way that her mother would approve. However, there was never any guarantee. One day, her mother would approve of her outfit or her friends, but then a week later she wouldn't. All of her mother's unpredictable behavior left Chloe feeling continually anxious and insecure in general, but especially around her mother. Being on the receiving end of intermittent reinforcement isn't just frustrating. It's corrosive to a person's individuality and emotional health. Additionally, it can also create an addictive response in the person who is trying to gain their desired outcome. The reason for this addictive response is that there is a rush of a feel-good hormone called dopamine that comes from achieving the reward. This rush of dopamine isn't found in continuous reinforcement because everything is predictable. When we put a lot of time and effort into something, and when we repeatedly fail along the way, success is that much more rewarding. The same is true with being able to please a difficult partner. The stress created by the emotional lows can make the relief of the highs addictive. In certain situations, having our hard work rewarded can be beneficial, but in terms of trying to please a person with difficult, demanding, and erratic behavior, it can lead to all kinds of problems. When toxic relationships like this end, the former target is often left feeling like their chemistry with others is flat or completely lacking. This is because healthy relationships are predictable and aren't an emotional roller coaster full of intensity or the hard work required to earn being treated with kindness. If a person has grown up in a home where attention and affection wasn't predictably given, then having to earn it from a partner later on in life might not feel problematic. In fact, it might feel comfortable. In any relationship where love, respect, and good treatment are freely given might feel inauthentic or anxiety-inducing, because if they didn't earn it, then this also means they could easily lose it. Positive reinforcement. Positive reinforcement is a type of continuous reinforcement. When a person acts in a desired way, that behavior is rewarded positively on a reliable basis. For example, a boss who notices when his employees are doing a good job and lets them know how appreciated they are. However, positive reinforcement can be one of the many tools a manipulator uses by rewarding their target in a positive way for their submission. For example, the manipulator may shower the target with attention and affection for doing things their way. The target learns that if they give in, then they'll either avoid being abused or get some crumbs of kindness thrown their way. Negative reinforcement. Negative reinforcement is the other type of continuous reinforcement, as it provides reliable punishment for behavior that is deemed problematic. In the case of abuse, the negative reinforcement may be nagging, yelling, put-downs, the silent treatment, or threatening consequences if the target doesn't behave in a certain way. People reinforced in this way tend to become angry, resentful, ground down, disempowered, develop low self-esteem, and are afraid to try new things or new approaches to a problem. When a person internalizes their mistakes and thinks that they are incompetent or incapable, or is continually unable to get their needs met no matter how hard they try, they develop what's called learned helplessness. They feel they cannot do anything right and have no control to effect change, so they stop trying. They tend to internalize their mistakes and see themselves as deeply flawed instead of seeing a mistake for what it is. Or, if they've been around a manipulator long enough, they might see themselves as bad, wrong, and deeply flawed instead of realizing that this is only the manipulator's pathological view of them and isn't reality. This is often the case with children who grow up being the targets of abuse. Grooming. Grooming is when manipulators shape or groom their target's behavior into what they want. This grooming may be done through acts of kindness or threats of punishment. The manipulator's actions can be done using intermittent, continuous, positive, or negative reinforcement. Or grooming may occur with severe one-time consequences. For example, many child predators groom their targets with gifts, attention, and special treatment that leaves the child feeling as though this predator is a friend. With severe one-time consequences, the target learns quickly, often with one incident, to never do what they did again. For example, the target might have worn lipstick, and the manipulator began accusing them of wearing makeup because they were cheating. In an effort to reassure their partner, the target may stop wearing lipstick. Grooming can either be done in overt, covert, passive-aggressive, or aggressive ways, with the implied message ranging from, act like this or else I'll pull away my attention or affection, or act like this or else you'll have hell to pay. Persistence. Many targets of manipulators, as well as those around them, confuse their persistence with sincerity. After all, most people don't go to great lengths to win back their partner or make their marriage work if they don't really mean it. However, manipulators will. Make no mistake, persistence doesn't always mean a person is sincere. If someone is trying to guilt you into forgiving them or won't leave you alone after you've told them to, then this behavior is about control and shows a lack of respect for your boundaries. Future faking. Future faking is when the promise of the ultimate prize, the hook, the target desires, is dangled in front of them. The manipulator might talk about getting married, having a baby, getting sober, getting into therapy, doing whatever it takes to make the relationship work, or if they are an employer, giving a raise or a promotion. Future faking fuels a fantasy with talk of the target's ideal future. Down the road, once the emotional roller coaster starts, they may make promises to change, show signs of remorse, and bring up the target's ideal future as a way to persuade them into giving the manipulator another chance. Because future faking involves the manipulator saying what the target needs to hear, this talk, or short-lived actions, are often confused with the relationship turning a positive corner and getting back on track. Future faking doesn't just lead to disappointment. It leads to profound amounts of psychological and emotional damage. The reason is that the manipulator often places some of the blame for their bad behavior onto the target. The result is now that the target is working overtime to smooth out issues within the relationship that weren't theirs to begin with. All of the target's work results in them trying to be a better communicator, a better spouse, better in bed, and somehow less of a problem. The result is that they've become more submissive, taken on inappropriate levels of responsibility for their partner's behavior, and have silenced even more parts of themselves, all so the relationship can work. However, much like chasing a mirage in the desert, the ideal future never comes. Instead, the targets wear themselves out only to get more abuse in return. It often takes years for a target to get to the point where they are so exhausted and frustrated with nothing changing that they start to see this future faking as the empty talk that it is. At this point, tremendous guilt, shame, embarrassment, and rage for not seeing things clearly often set in. Stockholm Syndrome. The psychological term Stockholm Syndrome was coined by the criminologist and psychiatrist Nils Bejerot in 1973 after he assisted the police during a bank robbery in Stockholm, Sweden, where 4 employees, 3 women and 1 man, were held hostage for 6 days. During their captivity, it was noted that the hostages developed strong emotional attachments to their captors, which they claimed stemmed from their captors showing them kindness in the midst of their captivity. These small acts of kindness seemed to negate the fact that their lives had been threatened. Several months after being released, it was discovered that some of the hostages were still viewing their captors in a positive light. One woman even had the captors over for dinner once they were out of prison. Psychologists wanted to know if the Stockholm Bank incident was a unique occurrence or if it was more common than originally thought. Since then, studies have revealed that those being abused formed trauma bonds with their abuser as a result of a variety of stressful and abusive situations. These bonds are strengthened due to the mix of tension and relief that accompanies intermittent reinforcement. Understanding what has you hooked. Once you have clarity about the hook that has you, you can then work towards developing a plan. Even if you aren't ready to work on developing a plan, having the awareness of what's driving you to hold on can help you begin to see your thoughts and responses to them much more clearly. Understanding what has you hooked can be really insightful and can sometimes be the clarity that sets a person free. However, it's important to understand that change of any kind is always difficult, no matter how needed it is or how ready you are. In addition to any trauma bonds that may be present, take some time to examine what other emotional hooks have you caught up in this dynamic. A good start to getting this clarity is to ask yourself the following questions. Are you staying in this dynamic because you are lonely or intimidated by the thought of being alone? Are you keeping this person in your life because they are family and you feel obligated to keep in regular contact or to keep trying to make the relationship work? Are you holding on to hope that if you continue to stick around, that you will eventually get whatever it is that they've been promising? For example, a promotion, to get married, to get sober, etc. Have you given money and hope by being nice you will eventually get repaid? Are you thinking that these things will change if you keep trying to get through to them, even though you've been trying for months, years, or decades? Are you concerned that if you leave, they will find someone else, and that this new person will reap all of the benefits of your attempts to change them? Are you intimidated by the thought of confronting them, and that doing so will only make things worse? Are you afraid that confronting them will hurt them emotionally? Are you afraid of letting go and the sadness and potential emotional or financial loss associated with it? Are you ready to let go but just don't know how to end it? Have you already experienced a lot of loss in your life and don't want to go through another one? One of the biggest changes you will have to make is in letting go of the hope-fueled fantasy that someday you will have this fulfilling relationship with them, when none of their actions point to this being a possibility. Seeing your fantasy for what it is can be incredibly hard and often involves grieving the loss of the relationship you thought you had or the relationship you thought was possible. But giving up this fantasy is the beginning of setting yourself free. Chapter 14. The Progression of Manipulation. Manipulation is progressive, corrosive, and the early warning sign of more severe verbal, emotional, psychological, sexual, financial, or spiritual abuse to come. Manipulation, like cancer, can be difficult to see in the early stages. Additionally, with both, there is a progression of symptoms if we know what to look for. The progression of manipulation can be broken down into 10 different stages. Since every manipulator and dynamic are different, the order, degree, and frequency of these stages will vary. The 10 stages are: 1. Confidence is established. 2. An emotional bond is established. 3. The target receives a boundary push. 4. Confusion from the target occurs. 5. An emotional hook is dropped. 6. The target resists. 7. The manipulator applies pressure. 8. The target is threatened. 9. The target complies. 10. The dynamic worsens or it ends. Here are these steps in more detail. 1. Some degree of confidence is established. In order for confidence to be established, some degree of trust must be present. Master manipulators do an excellent job of establishing trust quickly by saying all of the right things and even backing up what they are saying with all of the right actions. Because they are able to act the part long enough for the target's trust to deepen into confidence, targets are quick to gloss over red flags once they do begin to arise. The more confidence that is established, the more damaging and longer lasting the manipulation will be. Many scam artists, child predators, and human traffickers rely heavily on cultivating confidence, both with their target and those around them. 2. An emotional bond is established. Emotional bonds are strengthened by the amount of time the target spends with the manipulator, either in person or online. These bonds are often cultivated through the exchange of personal experiences, spending significant amounts of time together, sexual intimacy, or the manipulator continually reassuring the target that they can be trusted, and for them to share all of their hopes and fears with them. 3. The target receives a boundary push. Manipulators push limits to get what they want or simply because they feel entitled to treat others poorly. A boundary push is some sort of request or action with which the target has an issue. While other people may not know where our boundaries are unless we make them known, the boundary pushes of a manipulator are often inappropriate and cross a line that any reasonable adult would know not to cross. This is where the vast majority of targets get tripped up, especially those who have been in an abusive relationship before. If you struggle with identifying when you are being treated in a way that you don't like, or when someone has crossed your boundary, this is a problem that needs to be addressed. It's really hard to hold the line if you don't know where the line is. If the target gives in to the boundary push, the manipulator has now set the pace, and those boundary pushes will become more frequent and severe. The longer this continues, your wants, needs, thoughts, and opinions will become less of a priority until there is no sense of you left. Even if the initial boundary push starts off small, if left unaddressed, it will grow with time as the manipulator becomes bolder. Some examples of common boundary pushes early on include someone calling you pet names when you've just met them, talking about sex or asking for sexy pictures from you when you hardly know them, making inappropriate requests such as wanting to borrow money, move in, borrow your car, etc., cussing or yelling at you, intimidating behavior of any kind, threats, hints of threats, throwing, punching, or breaking things, wanting to talk or touch you more than you are comfortable with. Number 4. Some degree of confusion is experienced by the target. Out of all the signs experienced, confusion is the one that is the most significant if we can take it seriously as the major warning sign that it is. Confusion is often the first sign of a problem. When a person is being manipulated by someone they have a relationship with, they experience confusion and then they rationalize it. The reason for this is that they are experiencing problematic behavior, but wish that they weren't. The deeper the relationship, the deeper the denial. For example, we might experience a flash of confusion when our partner is being overly secretive with their phone and who they are texting. If someone is walking faster than normal behind us when we are in a parking garage, or if our boss has an inappropriate request. Any one of these scenarios tends to register as a, that's weird, However, it's the situations that we are invested in that we have the hardest time seeing clearly and taking action on. It can be difficult addressing issues at work or home when doing so might risk our employment or our relationship. 5. An emotional hook is dropped. Emotional hooks come in different forms, although most of them involve fear, obligation, guilt, sympathy, hope, or love. And the most effective hooks are directed at a target's vulnerabilities. These hooks might be something that is more concrete and positive, such as a promotion, a promise to get married, to get sober, or to stop being abusive. Or the hook might be sympathy-inducing, which is often the case with various internet scams, or manipulators claim to be ill, suicidal, or helpless without you. If the hook is emotional, it might appeal to the target's low self-esteem, loneliness, or desire to be loved. If the hook involves fear, intimidation may be involved, such as threatening to withhold child support, ruining your career, or hurting someone you care about. Another type of hook that involves fear is if the manipulator threatens to end the relationship if you don't do what they want. Regardless of the emotional hook, the dynamic has now become unequal, and the target is most likely in a scramble to either make things work or get things back to some degree of being tolerable. 6. The target resists. After the boundary is pushed, the target may initially put up a mild protest or avoid the manipulator to keep the situation from escalating. This is frequently the case if the target doesn't like confrontation or only knows how to navigate uncomfortable situations by being nice. When a target is so go with the flow, they don't realize that going along with others in order to get along with them is a problem. It's at this stage where the target's confusion and mental anguish begins to increase. Pressure from the manipulator creates tension, and the target, feeling no choice but to give in, winds up doing so, often mistaking these boundary violations and their subsequent caving in for appropriate compromise that all people make when they are in a committed relationship. If this pressure, tension, and resentment is ongoing, the target will begin to feel that this relationship is difficult and confusing, but may not know why. They may think that they are making a big deal out of nothing. Once the target sees manipulation for what it is, this mindset of compliance will be replaced with resentment and eventually anger at not seeing this clearly before. 7. The manipulator applies pressure. This is where the manipulator continues to push for their desired outcome until the target completely drops their boundaries. At first, it may appear that there is no pressure present and that the manipulator wants to talk over the issue. However, the conversation will quickly devolve into a lecture or accusations that the target is mean, controlling, manipulative, or unreasonable, when in reality, the target is only trying to assert themselves. These accusations are used as a form of pressure on the target to cave. If pressuring the target doesn't work, the manipulator may pepper in charm or reassurance, followed by pleading. The manipulator may say something like, "I thought you loved me. If you loved me or wanted this job or were a friend, you would do this. I would never lie to you or hurt you." At this point, fear, obligation, guilt, and sympathy are being laid on thick, and the target may become confused as to whether or not their boundaries are reasonable, or wonder if they are the difficult one. This type of introspection can be ongoing when a manipulator is present. Each time we buy into thinking our boundaries, feelings, or opinions are the problem, we are replacing our reality with the manipulator's. 8. The target is threatened. If the target doesn't cave in to the manipulator's demands, the manipulator will raise the stakes. At this point, direct or indirect threats involving emotional or physical pain or unhappiness are made. The manipulator may manufacture undeserved guilt within the target by accusing them of being uncaring, cruel, or a bad parent. They may also make threats such as ending the relationship, talking about suicide, telling the target they should die or kill themselves, or that they will kill the target. If the manipulator does lash out, they will blame the target for provoking them, when in reality, all the target did was set boundaries. 9. The target complies. In an effort to prevent the manipulator from escalating further and actually following through on any of their threats, as well as to release some of the anxiety and tension that the manipulator's threats cause, the target gives in. When the manipulator gets their way, the immediate pressure has been removed from the target, often leaving them to think that things have turned a corner and that this relationship can be salvaged. However, this sense of relief and period of calm are often short-lived. The reality is that with each concession, the target is losing touch with their boundaries, identity, and self-esteem, while the manipulator has gained more ground, and the relationship is continuing to become more unbalanced. While things may appear calm, they are actually significantly worse, as now the manipulator knows what buttons to push and to what extent they need to escalate their bad behavior in order to get the target to comply from here on out. The groundwork is now set for a pattern of demands and pressure, and the cycle of manipulation worsens. 10. The dynamic worsens or it ends. At this point, one of three things will most likely happen. The target doesn't comply and instead holds their boundary. If the target starts holding their boundary, they are hopefully aware of the different buttons the manipulator has been pushing so that they can hold their ground on all fronts. Additionally, when they go to hold their ground, it's vital that they do so in a safe way. Setting boundaries with a person that has been dangerous or that you fear might become that way is only a good idea if you are doing so from afar and in the most self-protective way possible. The manipulator spots another target and moves on. When a manipulator moves on, it's usually for one of two reasons. The target stops giving in, or the manipulator becomes excited by a fresh new prospect. If the manipulator moves on, the target may struggle with feeling responsible for not doing more to keep the relationship intact. It's important to realize that the target can give and do everything the manipulator wants and put up with all kinds of lying, cheating, stealing, and abuse and still lose the relationship. There isn't enough a target can do to earn their love because a connection with a pathological manipulator will only ever be a one-way street, and real love can't be earned anyway. Regardless of the reason the manipulator moves on, this doesn't mean that they will necessarily leave the former target alone. In terms of romantic relationships, it's extremely common for a manipulator to date or even marry someone else, but continue to message the former target with professions of their love, or to threaten to harm the target if the target were to date someone else. Remember, their game is all about control and winning. If they become possessive or threatening, this isn't romantic or a sick sign that they care. If you are in this position, keep your emotional shields up and your boundaries strong, and consider moving as far away as you can from them. The target is left wondering how the manipulator can move on so quickly, like they never existed, and how they seem so indifferent and unaffected. They are left nursing the pain of profound heartbreak while simultaneously struggling with confusion about why the manipulator left and what they could have done differently. They may be in a state of shock and grief, desperate for answers and for the manipulator to return. It's not uncommon for the manipulator to resurface, claiming that they care or that they want to be friends with the target. The target may have mixed feelings of hesitation and longing and agree to this friendship as a way to keep the manipulator in their life. What they don't realize is that the manipulator isn't looking to be their friend. The manipulator is looking to keep them on the hook, to use them for whatever they might need. A place to stay, money, sex, or social contacts. Or if the manipulator is sadistic, they may call or text the former target and want to tell them all about their most recent date or how happy they are with their new partner. If the target gets upset by this, the manipulator yet again blames the target for not being supportive or wanting to see them happy. Any of these ploys are to keep the target strung along, keeping their hope alive and preventing them from moving forward. If this describes what you are going through, please know you aren't being petty or holding a grudge if you don't want to be friends with an ex. It's perfectly fine to cut off communication with someone who has treated you poorly. At this point, the target is most likely unaware that their relationship was an abusive one, especially if there was no verbal or physical abuse. However, a manipulative relationship is an abusive relationship, and psychological and emotional abuse can take many targets years or decades to understand what happened, as well as to see the damage that's been done. Down the road, the target may begin to question how they got caught up with someone like this, and how they allowed themselves to be so mistreated and didn't realize it at the time. As they are seeking clarity, the target is simultaneously struggling with feeling fearful of how they can keep themselves safe from the manipulator and others in the future. Shame, guilt, embarrassment, distrust of others, and struggling with getting validation or support often follow as they reach out to others for support, and instead get blamed for being manipulated and abused, or are pressured to get over it and move on. This added blame only further serves to create more feelings of embarrassment, shame, and worthlessness. Now the target is even more vulnerable, and the risk of them returning to the manipulator or getting involved with another one is very high. However, it doesn't have to be this way. Parts 4 and 5 of this book will help you gain the strategies and insights needed in order to break free from manipulation once and for all. The target caves in. When the target caves in, they usually do so out of hope or fear. They cave in because they want the relationship to continue, or they cave because they are afraid of what will happen if they don't. Regardless of the reason, this dynamic is now at a new low. If the target continues to cave in and stay, they will stay until things become so painful they cannot stay any longer. At this point, it will take every ounce of strength they have to leave the dynamic. If the manipulator still leaves, the target may be so devastated that they end their life. Chapter 15: The Psychological Progression of the Target. While manipulation is progressive, so is the target's response to it. The emotional and psychological progression that a target experiences is confusion, introspection, rationalization, and erosion. Here's what this progression looks like in motion. Confusion. The target experiences problematic behavior and doesn't understand why. Confusion ensues, and they begin looking for reasons as to why things have become tense or overly complicated, or why the manipulator is being so cold, cruel, or callous. Introspection. In an attempt to understand why the manipulator is so upset, the target finds themselves replaying any and all interactions that led up to the manipulator's icy behavior. Going through these various encounters with a fine-tooth comb, the target continually wonders what they did that was so wrong, and if they are the difficult one, or if the manipulator is overreacting and maybe even being abusive. It often takes targets, and most people in general, a very long time before they identify abusive behavior as abuse. At best, they may have only dipped their toe into that idea, because calling abusive behavior abuse can seem like an overreaction, especially when society is quick to minimize and make excuses for it. Rationalization. The target is now at a crossroads. Do they stay or do they go? If they decide to stay, it's usually because they want or need for this dynamic to continue. If they do not see this manipulative and crazy-making behavior for what it is, they will begin to justify their mistreatment. The result is that, over time, they are unknowingly replacing their reality and sense of self with the pathologically skewed perceptions of the manipulator. The whole time this is happening, the target is thinking that they are doing the right thing by changing the things about themselves that the manipulator deems as problematic in an attempt to make the relationship work. The target rationalizes their mistreatment through minimization, justification, and denial. They may tell themselves that they must have misinterpreted what the manipulator said or did, that they have unresolved issues from their past, they are too sensitive, or that the manipulator had a bad day or a bad childhood and can't help the way that they behave. Or worse, they accept responsibility and blame for their mistreatment, thinking that the manipulator is right, and that if they just behaved differently, the manipulator wouldn't yell, give the silent treatment, cuss, threaten, hit, and so on. If the target believes that if they act the way the manipulator wants, that things will eventually get better, and that they will be treated fairly or decently, they are mistaken. Instead, a complete erosion of who they are is in motion as the manipulator now controls their thoughts, feelings, and behavior. Erosion. The comparison with Alice in Wonderland is often used to describe the upside-down reality that results from being in a relationship with a pathologically manipulative person. It's a lot like how Alice felt at the Mad Hatter's Tea Party with being told that everything she ever knew about herself or the world around her was wrong. What was once up is now down, and what is down is now up. Here are some of the critical pieces of a person's sense of self that are often eroded and how it happens. The ability to identify a problem is diminished because every time the target has a problem with the manipulator's behavior, they are told that they are the one with the problem. Self-esteem is diminished when the abuser continually insults or degrades them, especially if the target comes to believe all of these horrible things about them are true. The ability to be self-protective is diminished because the target was told that their boundaries weren't reasonable or needed. Now the target struggles with wondering if any issue they have with someone's behavior is unreasonable. This leads the target to struggle being able to identify when they are mistreated and what to do about it. The ability to trust others is diminished because they once trusted someone who profoundly hurt them. The ability to make decisions is diminished because they've continually been told that every decision they've made that wasn't in line with the manipulator's thinking was wrong. Some examples of how reality becomes eroded. I didn't say that we'd go out this weekend, and you were crazy for ever thinking that I did. Oh, you have the text messages proving what I said? Well, you must have faked them. I know I cheated multiple times, but how can you give up on us so quickly? Don't you love me? I had to open up credit cards in your name because my credit is terrible. You're so selfish for having a problem with this after I've done so much for you over the years. I can't believe you are pressing charges against me for hitting you. It only happened that once. You are making a big deal out of nothing. Because this level of manipulation has gradually become the target's new normal, the target doesn't realize how profound the damage being done to their thinking, identity, or self-esteem really is until they leave. Once they do realize it, they are overwhelmed by the monumental task of untangling the manipulator's pathologically skewed version of them from who they actually are. Attempting to sort all of this out is incredibly difficult since the target has been programmed to doubt their every thought, to automatically assume that they are wrong, and to look to the manipulator to tell them how to think and act. Once the manipulator is gone, the target often feels lost and struggles to get back in touch with what they really think and feel. While a former target must learn how to validate themselves, in the beginning, they will most likely need to find that self before they can begin to validate it. When a person is struggling with trying to sort out harmful advice and behavior from the helpful, it can be extremely confusing. There is no shortage of dysfunctional thinking out there. If you are in need of some help, a trusted longtime friend or family member, therapist, or life coach who are empowering and have a healthy understanding of what boundaries, abuse, and manipulation are, can help. However, finding these people can sometimes be a challenge. If this is the case, then joining a support group can be profoundly helpful. I have 2 different online groups that are both free. One is for people who are focused on understanding manipulation and abuse, and the other group is for people who have gained that clarity and who are now ready to focus solely on their healing. You can find out more about both groups by going to my website, www.thriveafterabuse.com. Chapter 16. 7 Points to Consider Before Starting Couples Counseling. It's not uncommon for a manipulator to suggest that the two of you repair the relationship in therapy. However, going to therapy with a manipulative or otherwise emotionally immature person will often make things worse. If you are considering therapy with a manipulative person, be aware of these points. While the 7 points below pertain to couples counseling, these same issues can surface in any type of counseling a manipulator enters, whether it be family, individual, spiritual, or court-appointed counseling. Because they are so manipulative and have such a pathological worldview, it's common for them to return from counseling saying that their therapist thinks that you are the narcissist, manipulative, or abusive. Here are 7 additional points to consider. 1. They may suggest therapy because they think you are the one who needs to change. Most of the time, manipulators don't have the self-awareness to know that their behavior is a problem. If they suggest therapy, they may be doing so because they think that you are the one who needs to change. If a person lacks emotional maturity, then odds are they also lack sincere accountability, feel justified in their behavior, and have no understanding or respect for the boundaries of other people. Before you even start therapy, it's a good idea to get clear on what kind of changes you need to see and in what time frame, so that you get a clear idea of how much time, energy, and money you are willing to put towards seeing if they will change. 2. Going to therapy may only be another level to their game. If you have a manipulator in your life who is more on the exploitative, charming, and schmoozing side of the spectrum, they may do a great job of pretending to be accountable for their behavior. They may apologize profusely, sob uncontrollably, make grand displays of how sorry they are, or appear to be sincere, remorseful, accountable, and dedicated to making this relationship work in front of the counselor. None of this means anything unless their behavior actually changes. And more often than not, when they make these grand public displays of apology, it has nothing to do with them being sincere. It's all about them getting their ego boosted by others, thinking that they are so amazing, caring, insightful, and an overall wonderful human being. Manipulators are notorious for these kinds of over-the-top displays of goodness. However, some are significantly more subtle with their displays of goodness or sincerity, but the displays are all for show nonetheless. I've worked with targets who are outraged and confused as to how their ex could march in a domestic violence awareness parade, while their ex continued to stalk and send them verbally abusive text messages. I've worked with targets who have had their spouse go crying to their spiritual leader, begging to help them save their marriage, while they were cheating the whole time. 3. True change takes time, and no matter how much therapy, rehab, religion, or love a person gets, there is no guarantee that they will actually change. True change is hard work, and it's a process. It's not an event. Change rarely happens within 3 therapy sessions, and there's a very solid chance it won't happen within 30, if it ever happens at all. A person can go to therapy for decades and not change enough for the relationship to work. When this happens, it's because they may not be ready to change, they may not be a good fit with their therapist, they may be working on other issues, they may have a skewed perception of their behavior and the therapist isn't getting an accurate view of what's really going on, or they aren't interested in changing. If they truly aren't interested in changing, but are going to therapy, it could be because they're court-appointed to be there. They have to meet with the social worker or case manager to get certain services from the government. Or perhaps they are going to therapy and consciously lying to the therapist so that they can create a paper trail of their good behavior, or to get the therapist's testimony in the future. Or maybe it's fun for them to see what they can get a mental health clinician to believe. If they are sadistic, they may simply be going to therapy because they want an audience to listen to all of their heinous behavior just so they can watch the therapist squirm. 4. They may seem to suddenly have insight, appear sincere and remorseful, and act the part of a changed person. If on the first few sessions they go from having no moral compass to being an honest, loving, attentive, loyal partner who is full of insight and able to communicate effectively, then odds are they're putting on a show. You may find yourself scratching your head wondering how and why they were chronically cheating and lying for years when a few honest conversations could have kept your marriage together. This is especially true if they seem to have no problem being open and honest in therapy. If someone with this level of pathological behavior claims to have been able to self-reflect, promises never to do it again, maybe even offer to take a lie detector test to prove it, and overall transforms into your ideal partner, then there is a solid chance they are acting the part of changing and are better at hiding what they are doing. 5. Be on the lookout for subtle blame shifting and manipulation. If they seem to be fully accountable for their behavior, but then say that the reason they cheated, lied, hit, or whatnot was because of something you did, then they aren't being accountable for their behavior. This subtle sleight of hand can be tricky to spot. They may say that they cheated because they didn't feel comfortable bringing up issues about the relationship, or that they cheated because you worked too much or that you gained weight. If you or the therapist don't see the blame shifting for what it is, you may leave the session thinking how wonderful therapy seems to be working and how happy you are to know what you need to fix. See what happened there? You and the therapist have both been roped into their manipulation that in order for them to have a moral compass, you need to behave a certain way. Don't fall for this. And also, please understand that therapists are human too. They don't know and see everything, and they aren't an expert on your life. You are. If there is some truth to the issues the manipulator brings up, then keep those separate. Don't let them off the hook. You may have been working too much or gained weight, but that doesn't make their cheating okay. If you do want to work on some of the issues they brought up, that's fine. However, they still need to own their part. 6. What you say in therapy may be used against you. Before you start therapy with them, it's important that some ground rules are established, and that these rules apply to both of you. Some rules to consider would be that what is said in therapy can't be used against the other person, and that no verbal or emotional abuse is to happen during a therapy session. A skilled therapist isn't going to allow anyone to be re-victimized or abused during couples counseling. If this happens, it should be addressed immediately and directly, and made clear that it is not to happen again. If you continue to be abused or re-victimized in therapy and the therapist doesn't end the session, it's okay to leave. It's also okay to talk to your therapist one-on-one about this or to get a new therapist. If your partner is flat out lying, trying to manipulate the therapist by playing the victim, or being verbally abusive or attempting to gaslight you during a session, it's okay to say that you want to talk to the therapist alone, that you want to stop the session, or even that you want to stop couples counseling altogether. If you get into couples counseling and what you say in there is later used to shame, belittle, or insult you in any way, shape, or form, this is abusive and not okay. Their actions have now made it clear that they are not an emotionally safe person, and you would be wise to go into self-protection mode and not reveal anything deeply personal until they've proven with time and action that they can be trusted. If you want to continue couples therapy, then it would be a good idea to let the therapist know what happened. Because manipulators will most likely spin these rules to make them work best for them, let me clarify a bit. For example, let's say they share during therapy that they had an affair. Once you are made aware of this, you decide you want a divorce. They may claim that you are using what they said against them by wanting a divorce. This is not the case. You are making a self-protective decision based upon information they provided. An example of information being used against the other person would be along the lines of you're saying that your father left when you were a child, and then during your next fight, they bring that information into play, saying that it's no wonder your father left because you are intolerable. Comments like these are designed to cut deep, and that's not okay. Additionally, Manipulators may use sensitive information you shared against you and then apologize for doing so. Even if they apologize, that doesn't make their behavior okay, as there is still damage done. This is along the lines of someone saying, "I don't mean to be rude, but," and then ending their statement with a rude comment. Just because they initially said that they didn't mean to be rude doesn't make their rudeness somehow less hurtful or okay. Passive-aggressive digs like this are just as hurtful as aggressive ones and are not okay. 7. Realize that they are not going to give the same account of events as you. No two people recall events in the same way. This is especially true if one of those people continually denies, minimizes, and justifies their behavior. Not only has this person lacked accountability for their actions, they've rewritten reality to make everyone else at fault. These mental gymnastics are how and why most manipulators don't think that they are being manipulative. Even for the most skilled therapist, it might take a while to see a more accurate picture of what's really going on, if they ever do, especially if the manipulator is an individual therapy and the therapist has no other perspective of events other than what they are being told. Let's say, for example, that they did something you would consider undeniable, such as they hit you and then threw you down a flight of stairs while you were at a shopping mall. You have bruises, broken bones, eyewitnesses, and video footage from the security cameras. You and the 50 people that witnessed this all say that they hit you and threw you down the stairs, and the video footage confirms this. There is still a solid chance that they will deny, minimize, or somehow blame you for this. To see this level of denial can be jaw-dropping. Their account of events might be something along the lines of, "I didn't do it. That wasn't me." Then the camera footage zooms in and confirms it's them. At that point, they might say, "Well, she's making a big deal out of nothing. I never hit her. I hardly touched her." Or, "She intentionally landed really hard against that wall in order to get bruises to make me look bad. And I didn't push her down the stairs. We were arguing and I got really close to her and she tripped and fell." Now here's where they finish rewriting reality to make themselves the victim. They'll usually add something like, "She's such a liar and a drama queen. I can't believe I'm going to jail for this. She's ruining my life." This level of denial or minimization is how and why they feel entitled to abuse and even kill their targets, and it's why they have no remorse about doing so. In their mind, they're the victim of you. So when a person with such a warped view of events goes into therapy, don't expect them to say, "I got angry, hit my wife, and then threw her down the stairs. I was upset because she picked out a shirt for me that I didn't like. I realize how overreactive I was, but I didn't see that at the time. Please help me get to the root of my issues so I can treat her with dignity and respect." An abusive person who is denying or minimizing their behavior isn't going to go into therapy and tell this version. In fact, they are most likely so deluded about their behavior that they are completely unaware that this version even exists. Even if they are well aware that they are abusive, they may still blame you simply because they enjoy upsetting you. Or they may seem to fully own their actions and claim that they're sorry and want to change. This is when it's time for you to get clear on where your deal breakers are for this kind of mistreatment. If a person is physically abusive, please know that the odds of their abuse putting you in the hospital or killing you are higher than the odds of them changing. Chapter 17. Can they change? Promises of change. I'm including this chapter on change because if you are like most people out there who think they might have a narcissist, sociopath, or psychopath in their life, you're probably wondering if this relationship can be saved. You may have even asked your therapist or looked online for answers, and probably heard that they don't change. For some people, this is all they need to hear in order to end their relationship and move on. However, for others, this answer only adds to their confusion. For those people, the next question that understandably follows is, well, if they can't change, then how can I be 100% certain that they're a narcissist? The train of logic is they want to make sure that this person in their life is in fact a narcissist before they walk away and not someone who is only difficult, demanding, selfish, entitled, and lacking in empathy and remorse, and who could potentially change given enough love, understanding, rehab, or religion. They might even come across information or professionals that claim that narcissistic or antisocial personality disorder can be cured, which makes them hold on to hope and stay in potentially dangerous situations. This whole train of thought only gets a person off track and stuck in the mud. The biggest and most helpful question that isn't being asked is why the vast majority of mental health professionals don't think that narcissists can change. Because for most of us, the answer of, they don't change, just trust me on this, isn't solid